Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Knights of Last Call. My name is Derek Melinda, and I am pleased to be coming to you tonight to be talking about some role-playing games. Hopefully you all are doing well. There was a little bit of a technical snafu, just a little bit, when I went to go live because I copy... We're getting an echo? Oh. I guess I did not resolve the technical snafu. Okay, there we go. Sorry. What was that? I thought I had resolved that technical snafu. Oh, what was this? Interesting. Okay. Anyways, sorry about that. Yeah, I was I was messing around with my OBS settings to help Ronald the Rules Lawyer, and I had to create a copy of my audio interface so I could show him how to set it up using OBS, because obviously I use, expensive digital plugins, and I was taking, going. So actually there was multiple levels of technical snafus. No, I thought I closed that other stream off. At least I thought I did. That stream should be deleted. I was going to say, to somewhat of my shame, I have a stream key for it's complicated, but when you go live on YouTube, if you want to do, oh yeah, I see it now. I think that stream is over. I closed it. When you go live on YouTube, you can use the YouTube manager, but that YouTube manager only supports up to 1080p. So now that I stream in 1440, I have to have a unique stream key. And I just copied our last Daggerheart stream. Well, the last time we did a Daggerheart stream, we didn't stream in 1440. We were still streaming in 1080p. And so it was using the old settings, and that's why I kicked off an extra stream. So yikes, oops. Anyways, welcome everybody. I'm sorry about that. A little bit of a brief technical kerfuffle, but we're back. So tonight we're going to be taking a look at The Void, which is Daggerheart's, or Darrington Press's, I should say, Daggerheart update that they do, where they kind of do beta testing and play testing. Hey, Vin, what's up?
Tip $2. Wow. Wait, we're covering a game people actually care about today?
Yes, that is correct. Listen, wait. Let's take a step back here for a second. Is Daggerheart actually popular? I'm just kidding. Let's just say that you know what Daggerheart reminds me of? Daggerheart is like that that kid who good question. All right, let's see if you can follow this metaphor. By the way, just to be clear, this is Nice Let's Call. Some of you may not have been here in a long time or a while. We usually it's less about it is about the topic, which is going to be covering The Void, and we're going to cover The Void, but we are also going to talk about RPGs and philosophy about RPGs and the concepts. So here is my metaphor for Daggerheart. Daggerheart is like that kid who grows up and his dad is like an artist who like makes music and is in a cool local band and he does digital design, and his mom is a professor and she's a math professor at a prestigious university, and you think, oh, this kid is going to go places. And he grows up in high school and he gets straight A's and he's head of the student council and he's good at sports, but not like football or anything mainstream, right? Like he's captain of the lacrosse team or something, or like captain of the golf team. Okay. But he also gets straight A's and he's on National Honor Society. And then he goes to college and he does really well. And then he graduates and then ends up living at home because he just can't face the real world. And he was never made ready for the cruel realities of what the real world was like. And he just had all this potential, and he had this incredible pedigree and this unbelievable support behind him, and yet somehow just fails to launch, I see a lot of people feeling called out right now. Namaste, respect. Mark says, Derek, talking at a mainstream game, are you feeling okay? Do you need a doctor? I probably do need a doctor. And watch out, everybody, because I do have an appointment with my psychiatrist at the end of the summer, and I may be going onto some inattentive ADHD medication, which may help with some of my executive dysfunction. And so who knows what will happen then. If Derek actually received dopamine from, accomplishing goals, what could happen? Anyways, thanks, George, or thanks, Jeff. So it is no Deathbringer. By the way, shout out to Professor and Roll for Combat for breaking $1 million. At least when I last looked, it was on the way. Nope. It's just shy of $1 million. They'll be there, I'm sure, by the end of the night. It's over 9,000. Dagger Hype is back, baby. Yes, and if you want to show your support for Dagger Hype, you can go ahead and leave a tip. Now, Dagger Hype does support dogs. It is clear. Dagger Hype supports dogs. So if you want to support Dagger Hype and you want to support dogs, that typical is still to take care of the eventual vet bill that is going to come for my expensive dog, or my very expensive dog surgery. Now, what is that surgery going to be? I'm not sure yet. I thought it was going to be a TPLO surgery, which should run about $7,000, but I'm fingers crossed that it's only going to be something less severe. So we'll see. Anyways. Quest Friend doesn't play Daggerheart. They're just here for the tangents. Dr. Wade says, I think of Daggerheart as a millennial, former gifted and talented kid. Yes, that's exactly right. Westfield's called out right now. Keithor is quietly silent. Tom says, okay, Daggerheart is kind of me, along with the rest of the millennials, correct. Yeah, Deathbringer went really wild. I mean, to be clear, I would love to do a correlation. I'm going to guess that, barring in mind anything else, I'm just totally making this number up, but I'd have to do some correlated analysis. And I bet you that there's a strong correlation about, like, roughly that for every 10,000 YouTube subscribers you have, you can probably expect to do around, $50,000 to $100,000 in a Kickstarter, if it's, targeted and well marketed, right? So, so for someone like Professor Dungeon Master, who has 150,000 subs, I think his, I don't think it's out of the question that he could easily do, 1.5 million. In fact, I would estimate that he's probably going to end up between, 1.25 and 1.75 million, if I had to guess. Yeah. But while we're talking about that, let's also shout out Heroic Deeds, which we did. And again, it needs your support. It needs your help. Check it out. Heroic Deeds 5e. Even if you're not super interested in 5e, it's a much more generic interpretation of Heroic Deeds, and it could absolutely be something that you might be able to use for your campaign. Plus, you'd be helping out an incredible, amazing creator. So, hey, Garblag is here. Hey, what's up, Garblag? Hey. So let's get them across that finish line, folks. Again, even if you have no intention, you know what? Buy the game, give it away. Just support somebody, you know? Plus, you're getting dungeons. And if it kickstarts, I have signed up. I have agreed to be paid. Yes, Derek, being paid to design a dungeon for Heroic Deeds Deeper Dungeons. So just saying. Just saying. You know, Garblick, I saw you talking about Point Crawl and Hexflower, and I went, oh, we were just, well, not just, but we were talking about those within the last couple of months. Right. That's how much I believe in this system, right? Is that I'm willing to do something. That's how crazy it is, right? Hey, Osli. Thank you, Derek. Your audio, your AV stream made me spend $500. Here is your affiliate fee. Well, you are welcome. Thank you, Osli. Yes, I did that audio visual stream, and I had, I'm not gonna name names, you know. I had a number of content creators in the YouTube space reach out to me and basically say, I kind of felt called out. Can you help me? And I said, sure. So I am going to try to look, you know, what is it? The rising tide lifts all boats, right? So anyways, sorry, I'm just trying to catch up here with everybody. Rules are cool. Do you really have ADHD? I have not been officially diagnosed. That's one of the things that me and my psychiatrist are going to talk about. However, you know, this is a tangent of a tangent, of course, but I had always thought that ADHD meant, you know, you couldn't focus on things and, you know, you just wanted to get distracted and you were really hyperactive. And that was never me, so I never really thought about it. But I guess there's a very small percentage of people, relatively speaking, who have a form of ADHD where it doesn't sort of reflect in that way. And it has many different other symptoms, of which I'm like, I don't know, like 10 for 12 or something like that. So I don't know, maybe it's possible. Yeah, I prefer AD and D rather than ADHD. Boyko says, Daggerheart designers are publishing supplementary materials which would be good for the game, and Darrington could publish them, but they just don't. Well, why would Darrington publish the books that other people are designing? When you say Daggerheart designers, you mean third-party people? I mean, third-party people can make stuff for Daggerheart. Aaron is very upset about $1 million for a Shadow Dark hack. Well, Aaron, I don't know how to tell you this, but you know, there's been a lot of 5e hacks that did millions and millions and millions of dollars. Also, Pathfinder Pathfinder First Edition was just a hack of D&D. So there's that, and yeah, what else? Yeah, there's a lot of things are hacked. Also, you know, Shadow Dark itself did things like Western Reaches, which did more money than the original Kickstarter. It is terrible, Odobo. We are a purple alert. My eyes are stinging. I left the house for about 20 minutes today total, and it was painful. It is like you're at a campfire outside. It is smoky, stinging. It is horrible. The air quality is absolutely, absolutely destructive. Thanks, Canada. Tom Crow says, Derek, what I'm hoping happens is you go on your ADHD meds, is that you dare to give a stab at designing your ideal game. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I'm a little like, and one of the takeaways that people always say, this, by the way, I love it when we get hater comments. And I apologize. I mean, I know you're here, but I always get people who go like, what an asshole. I watched for the first 20 minutes and he didn't even get to the topic. He didn't even open the PDF. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Sorry. I just like talking with you guys. But yeah. So anyways, one of the things I guess I learned is that this has been around your whole life. You've just always adapted. So we'll see. What's up, Avison? Good to see you. OSR folks have more dollars than cents. I think that's true of most role-playing gamer players. Actually, in my experience, really, there are really three categories of role-play gamer players. Category 1 buys like the base game and nothing else ever. Category 2 buys nothing. They crib, they pirate, they use free SRDs, they beg, borrow, and steal off their GM who bought the Executive Plus package so they don't ever have to spend money. And then there's the third category, which basically buys everything and anything and gets the top tier and all that other stuff. Those are it. That's the three categories. There's like no one there's no one in between that so anyways. Also, generally, OSR tends towards an older demographic. Older demographics tend to be more established financially, have more money. That's not as true as it used to be, but yeah, so there you go. Well, you are not Daggerheart then, Vin. You struggled and now you're succeeding. I have a Dagger hater in my group just because it's associated with Critical Role, hoping to run for them soon and see what they think. Yeah. It's tough to beat people who are determined to make an opinion about a game based off of what Critical Role. That's already a shitty reason to dislike a game. So I don't know that you're going to be able to convince them because it sounds like their minds are pretty much made up. Right, and if you have no interest in 5e, you should at least go get the original Heroic Deeds, which uses a D12 and is also pretty awesome. So definitely check it out. Nice. Scotty says if I could buy Garblag games twice, I would. K-Tube says HD better than DB. Yeah, Last Arc Tactics, amazing, incredible. I think I'm getting a copy of that. I would hope so. By the way, I did reach out to them, and they were like, "Oh yeah, hey, sorry, we just send us over your payment information, and we'll get that over to you." So, I do need to send them my pay. So now the ball is in my court. So good on them. Where the fuck are the streamer lights? This stream looks naked with them gone. Well, we got the new bookshelf. It's classy. I could put on a rim light. There we go. How's that? We get a little purple action. Is that better? A little touch of color. I feel like people are mistaking Darrington for a company that cares. Just gonna say that. Well, Mike Underwood is not a Darrington Press employee. He never was, and I don't think he ever will be. Well, oh, you know what? You're right. This is the Blood Domain. This is the Blood Domain episode. So there we go. We'll go red. Let's see here. Exactly, River Ray. It's like, does any session ever really start at 7 o'clock? No, you bullshit for an hour. Hey, Dirty Phil, excited for Daggerheart game start soon? Yeah, Dirty Phil. I mean, the fact is, Dirty Phil, I mean, it is definitely my fault, Dirty Phil, which is that we had everyone fill out those surveys, and then I got busy / got sick / NightCon took up way more time than I thought. And I thought I would have all this time when I got back from NightCon. And so because I delayed, that threw everyone else's schedule off completely. And also, quite frankly, Dirty Phil, I think we just have to kick out Steven Glicker and find a replacement for him. So I think that'll make it a lot easier. But unfortunately, Dirty Phil, now we're in a situation where, and again, it's my fault. I've got Gen Con in 2 weeks, and then I get back from Gen Con, and then we could play a game, one session, and then I've got to go to Dungeons and Cabins. I got to go to LA, right? And you know what I mean? So like now I don't want to get into a situation where we're playing once every 6 weeks. I don't think that's fun or fair for anybody. So it's kind of like trying to thread that needle and herd the cats. So yes, but also, I do need to be better at that. I just don't know. It's hard to schedule for, 40 people. Or not 40 people, but 20 people between all the different games, 25 people. Nothing. He's just, he's just flaky. He's flaky. He signed up just because he wanted to, just because he could. I don't even know if he actually wanted to play. I think he just signed up because. And then he's also got a million things. He signed up and then went to Africa on a safari for 4 weeks and then came back and then has been launching this Deathbringer Kickstarter. And then all those things I just said, Gen Con, Dungeons and Cabins, I'm going to because of him. You know, Hackmaster, I don't think ever really fully, caught on, but I will say that the last Friday when we were playing Fabula Ultima, Smith, we were talking about how much fun we've been having, and Smith said, "All right, guys, hear me out." He's like, this is my. He's like, if Derek's willing to run it, here's what I'm thinking. Rapana Thuk, right? That's the Dungeon of Graves from Necromancer Games. That's the famous super killer dungeon from Necromancer Games from 3rd edition. He's like, but run with, and I thought he was going to say Fabula Ultima, but no, he goes with Hackmaster. He's like, that's like my dream campaign right now. Yeah. Here's how bad I didn't talk to him for like a month during the lead up to Deathbringer. So the last time I saw him was at NightCon. He came out to NightCon. We played games, and then I haven't seen him in days or in like a month. I haven't really talked to him much. We do have Tor. Tor has the advantage, Wes, that it's on Sunday mornings, and it turns out people aren't very busy on Sunday mornings, so that works out really well. Also, we've got some hardcore, dedicated players who really, really love Lord of the Rings. Rules are cool. What are we talking about? Are we talking about the Hackmaster revision? Because it's not really a new edition. It's like which I think it should be, by the way. But and we've been talking about that for a long time. In fact, somebody found a video clip of where I said, I was like, it was from Gen Con 2024, and I went, oh, I was like, oh, and I talked to the people over at Kenserco, and they say that a new edition of Hackmaster might be coming down the pike. And I was like, that was, 2 years ago. So that took a while. Boyko, I mean, I think there's definitely been a disappointment, let's call it that way, right? With the way that Daggerheart has been handled on kind of almost every level, really, honestly. And that includes the way I've handled it. So, I had people who were really excited for Daggerheart. We were really excited for Daggerheart. And again, if I were to turn around this camera, you would see that my bedroom is no longer a bedroom, right? I rebuilt it. I put back the studio sets in my own house, and bought $5,000-$6,000 of new cameras, and we bought new headsets so that we could play in a more condensed location and still keep audio quality high to launch a Daggerheart actual play. And then obviously that didn't launch in person because we had some of my players had some real life serious issues that they had to take care of. But as that thing kind of evolved, unfortunately, I myself found myself feeling a little displaced and misplaced by Daggerheart. And we can actually get into that right now with the Void. Now, to be clear, we covered this before with because this is a new thing, right? This is not a new thing, right? The Blood Domain has been around. The Bloodhunter has been around. They've made updates. They've tweaked it, but the new thing is the class is the summoner. So yeah. There we go. Get this expanded up. There we go. I've got like nothing turned on here. I'm going to get a poll here in a second. I just got to turn some stuff back on. Nope, that's not it. Twitch Prime. By the way, as a reminder, if you want us to support this channel, you can on Twitch, twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call. We'd appreciate your free Prime sub. It's a great way to support the channel and the stream. It means a lot to us. Alrighty. That's got to go down here. I'm just rebuilding my... Oh, I'm in the wrong screen. There we go. I was like, why is that so wrong? I was in my other stream. That's the one. I was on the stream that I use when I'm playing EverQuest Legends. All right. Dirty Phil. Hey, thank you. I guess timing better now with release of Hope and Fear. Jess has wanted to join. And did you watch new Critical Role Daggerheart game? So let me answer this a couple times. Then I have Germanin had a super chat as well. I guess the timing could be better now with release of Hope and Fear. Yes, I mean, I think that's a cool lead into it. And I mean, if people are interested in Hope and Fear, certainly we can kind of wait until it's officially released. I'll be honest with you. I thought it was going to be released by now already. And that's kind of crazy. Jess has wanted to join, question mark. Yeah, I mean, I think she did. I mean, the problem is that Jess didn't have any tickets. Technically, I guess if, Steven is willing to, give her his spot permanently, I guess that would work. By the way, I'm not saying I'm actually kicking Steven out. I'm just saying he's a busy guy and scheduling with him is a pain in the butt. Did I watch the new Critical Role Daggerheart game? No, I did not. I read very quickly some summaries of people who said that it seemed like Matt was doing, quote unquote, a better job running Daggerheart, but watching those people play games is very painful for me. Again, if you've ever watched me GM, you know that I don't have time for that. So watching 3.5 hours of character introductions is nothing I can put myself through. So unfortunately, no, I did not. Germanin, what's up? Great to see you doing Daggerheart stream. By the way, once the full version of Alicia Daggerheart SRD is done, I will send you a copy. I can actually send you a copy of the PDF rules today. Oh, that'd be cool. I know we've been kind of going back and forth on some of that stuff, and that'd be cool. I mean, I think there's so much. I mean, I know we're here to talk about the Void, but we could talk about Daggerheart in general and some of the issues and some of the problems that I have with it. But some of the problems I have with it is also the community. And what I want to, and this is kind of answering many answers at once, which is to Germanin's point. There is a weird disconnect with Daggerheart, which is that it is, in my opinion, still a game mostly predicated by a cult of personality. And that is to say, the people that are there in no small part because of a parasocialistic relationship with Critical Role. And because of that, they don't want Daggerheart products. They want, napkins, stained with the blood of Matt Mercer. Right? They want that holy touch. They want that official imprimatur that comes from being holy Darrington Press. And I have felt like, I mean, I'm not saying that the whole, I'm not trying to categorize the entire community this way. But, it's kind of my job. I kind of pay attention. I kind of look. And it just seems to me like there's not a lot of third-party support. Now, the reason for that, and by that, I mean, I don't feel like the community embraces third-party support as much. Now, let's transfer for a moment. Why could that be? Well, part of the reason is because Darrington Press has what I consider to be a very potentially difficult to work with license. The fact that they have such a problematic digital license, the fact that you really can't make anything, basically you can't make anything digital and get paid for it. I think that they have some connections and tie-ins to Demiplane and whatnot that I think bind their hands a little bit. And you know what I say here, which is that if you can't, most people are playing digital these days. If you can't do it for digital, it's going to be problematic. And, I love MacGuffins. Okay, so now wait. So now I'm taking a step back and a tangent and a step back, which is I've met the Darrington Press team, all of them, many times, and I haven't had a chance to meet the Critical Role people. But they're wonderful, passionate people. But I also feel like they kind of live in this bubble where everybody lives in LA and everybody hangs out and everybody is, beautiful and cool looking and we're all playing Daggerheart, you know, around a gorgeous table that was donated to us from Wormwood. And the fact of the matter is that's just, you know, and we have our tablets up that we're using to connect to Demiplane while we play in person. And the fact of the matter is that's just not how people engage or play with games these days. And Daggerheart is absolutely a game that leans into that physicality. It's part of the reason I think the game is beautiful. It's part of the reason I think the game is so appealing. Outside of anything else, you know, the mechanics, I like the cards, the art, the doodads, the doohickeys, the beautiful, wonderful dice, and all that other stuff. But there isn't a good way to experience that officially supported unless you're paying, you know, going through Demiplane, which has its own issues, which I hate. I mean, there's many rants on this channel of me ranting about Demiplane. So I just feel like they've made it difficult for people to play their game. And that has been a massive momentum stopper, for sure. Tied into the fact that you have a community that more or less seems to have this very, you know, parasocial relationship. And you know, again, I am who I am. I mean, you know, when I was first invited to go to the Darrington Press party, you know, Spencer Stark knew who I was. He watched the channel. He knows who I am. I think he's brilliant. But you've watched Darrington Press's, you know, whatever they're called, announcement videos. And they're more like some crazy, weird nerd party. You know what I mean? And again, I'm just, these are just my opinions. You know, who am I? I'm nobody. But there's like this weird element, within those, you know, it's like, hey, we're going to sit down, we're going to talk about the game. And it kind of like, you know, the live stream cuts to just people being like, woo, Travis, yeah, oh my God, Daggerheart, shout out, you know, oh my God, look at this amazing, incredible, you know, crocheted ribbit sack purse that someone knitted for us. You know, it's like, it's almost like they're like, it's like it's like they won't let people talk about the game. Yeah, it's like there's, you know, and again, and taking a step back, that is great for that community, you know, those people that want to be part of the hype. I mean, no offense. Again, no offense. Those videos are not released for people like you and me. I'm being broad here. They are released for the people who would pay to go see Critical Role live in an arena. You know what I mean? Yes, the ones with Spencer and Rowan are much, much, much better. However, I mean, you think I'm going to stop being a hater? The ones with Spencer and Rowan, in my opinion, are ruined by the community. They're ruined by the people asking questions that I think are just entirely off base and wrong. You know, and again, that's a whole separate topic, which is one of the reasons, again, that I've struggled with Daggerheart is I don't know what to tell people. Because what a vast majority of the audience, I mean, Spencer's been a fan of ours for years. He was very engaged with me. He brought me over. He said, "Oh my God, I'm a huge fan. I'm so happy to see her." I mean, I was really surprised by this. And yes, he has been here several times. Obviously, he's a much busier man now than he used to be, which is totally understandable. But you know, he gets us. He gets what we're doing here. But yeah, Jams, you know, where are the adventures? I can't wait to run the follow-up to Sablewood Messengers. I've run it 17 times. The community questions are really annoying. Like, you know, like, okay, guys, we have 50 minutes to talk about Daggerheart. So let's go to our first community question. what is your favorite color of ribbit? And it's like, who cares? You know, can we talk about the fear economy? Can we talk about helping people understand that there is no combat in Daggerheart, that it's all just a conversation, that there's a reason why they don't have a combat stage? Can Spencer come out and talk about why battle points are a MacGuffin, and they shouldn't have included in the game, and they just put them in there to make 5e people feel better? Again, do I sound like a hateful person? I'm sure I do, but I'm just being honest with you. I just don't care about that stuff. We've learned time and time and time and time and time and time again that at the end of the day, what really makes or breaks a game is the quality of the game masters, right? You can't have a game without a game master. And in my experience, from seeing the game being run online, which is unfortunately a way that many people are educated, and from feedback to my own videos, which I consider to be very good, of course. And then, of course, obviously Reddit. I mean, I haven't met everyone who's playing Daggerheart, of course. So again, I have the exposure that I have. But I see the comments that are coming out of the community. I see the Reddit posts. I see the stuff happening at conventions. I see the actual plays. And in my general experience, or my general opinion, I think people are on general running this game very badly. Now, by that, I mean, I think they're running it very much like 5th edition D&D. And I've said before, one of the selling points, ironically, of Daggerheart is that played badly, ran badly, it basically runs like 5th edition D&D. Okay. But that's a pretty low bar to clear, right? And I think we could and should be doing better. And yet I still see, I have a couple members of my Patreon who are in there and Reddit, I gave up the fight. I admit, I waved my white flag. I slinked away cowardly to go live under a rock for the last, 6 months, because I didn't know how to try to engage with that community without coming off as a tremendous asshole. I mean, I already come off as an asshole, but this would be me coming off as a tremendous asshole, and just, starting to get really, again, even when I'm being me, I'm still doing it from a place of love. I'm still doing it from a place of, I want to help you and your group, play a better game. But, so I think that I think there's flaws and fundamental issues throughout the entire vertical. I think there's problems with Darrington Press. I think there's problems with the license. I think there's problems with creators. I think there's problems with the audience. I think there's problems with Critical Role and their representation of actual plays. I think there's a problem with Darrington Press and the people that they get to play their game as actual plays, which always end up being, 2 shots or 3 shots. Right. Things would be a lot different if everyone was just watching Mike Underwood. That would be awesome. That guy's awesome. He's incredible. Aaron says, so you're saying that Derek is too in his own head to do something about a game? Couldn't be, haha. No, it's more like I'm admitting, Derek knows everything about role-playing games. Derek is a very wise individual when it comes to role-playing games. He's seen it all. He's done it all. He owns everything. He's been doing this for 35 years. I'm telling you, I didn't have a good answer. I still don't know if I do. And so rather than give you bad advice or salty advice, I've kind of given no advice. So, it is what it is. No, Derek, we care more about whether furbolgs are your fursona, right? That's it. Did you see the video about Spencer and Rowan talking to a group about how to run their game? If this was recent, then no, I haven't seen. I don't know that I've seen a recent video from them. It's been at least a couple months. Yeah, I mean, Magus, again, I could go off I've already been going off for almost an hour about this already, but there is, I think, a fundamental misunderstanding of what this game is and what this game is trying to be, and what this game could be and how people are approaching it. And yeah. You're talking to us, though, and not them. Yeah, but I'm talking to an audience that already knows better. You know how to run Daggerheart, Aaron. Like, I mean, if I'm taking a broader shepherding, you know, I mean, I very, I don't know if selfish is the word, but I selfishly saw Daggerheart as a Trojan horse that could be used to inoculate the wider community to being more PBTA forward, right? This is my secret insidious plan, right? To spread the gospel of better gaming through, you know, PBTA narrativist mechanics. And that excited me, not because of any personal stake in it. I'm not primed to make any money about this. It's more of like, I just think that that's a better way for most people to play the game the way they want to play it. They don't realize it, but this is, I'm doing this this is to help them aspire to their own goals, and run the kind of games that they really do want to run. They're just stuck playing 5th edition or Pathfinder 2, trying to run a kind of game that those systems just do not work for. And then they get Daggerheart, and instead of embracing the very thing that they have been struggling against in 5e, they fall back to old habits and tropes, and then, you know, complain about battle point balance. And it's like, it makes me sad. It just makes me sad, you know? So anyways, it was good. Well, I'll have to check it out again. I am fairly busy, but yeah. But Mike is amazing. I wish him all the best success. Everybody should just give up on Daggerheart and play the new hot new FF reskin of 3E, right? You mean Final Fantasy? You mean Last Ark Tactical Analog? That's a great game. It got me excited. I'd play 3rd edition again. I mean, look, I'm going to say this with all the love in my heart. I think the Age of Umbra campaign and most of, I didn't see them all, obviously, but most of the actual plays that came out, you know, officially sponsored by Darrington Press, I think they did more harm than good. And Magus, you know, you got it full on right there. Scotty F, wasn't this the same issue that Dungeon World had back in the day? Scotty, it absolutely was. It absolutely was, Scotty. This is what led to the whole, you know, the infamous 16 hit point dragon article by Stras Asimovich, because people looked at the dragon, they saw that it was 16 hit points. They looked at a fighter, and the fighter's damage die was like D10, and they were like, so my fighter can basically kill a dragon in two hack and slashes? Like, that's crazy. That's stupid. That's like giving that'd be like a dragon having 16 hit points. And it's a fundamental, well, again, it's a complicated issue, right? Which is games like, maybe it was 12. I'm sorry, 12, 16. I can never remember which one it is. Point is, it's low. And you might be right. It might be 12 hit point dragon. But the issue is that in order to reach people, they use terminology that people are comfortable with. But then people have so little exposure to games and what games could be that they carry with them a lot of baggage about what those terms and those terminologies mean. It's very easy to look at, I'll use Dungeon World as an example. It's very easy to look at hack and slash as a player or even as a GM and think, oh, this is just the attack action. This is just the strike action, if we're talking Pathfinder 2Es. The same way that it's very easy in Daggerheart to view the player rolling with fear or failing as, oh, it's my turn in the initiative to go. Right? It's my monster's turn to go. Well, this is the catch-22. This is the paradox of resonance, Vin, which is you name something so that you can take advantage of the fact that people kind of already know what that means and how that works. But then the problem is if you are using it and doing something with it that is very different, it becomes a massive L. Absolutely, right? As the Gen Z kids would say, they came to eat and left tons of crumbs. K-Tube and Magus literally just said the same thing, and that's a great example that we've talked about many times. I'll never forgive Daggerheart for using HP just because it's a common phrase. Mark 1 HP, meaning gain 1 HP, but it's bad. And Magus says, like naming it HP in Daggerheart instead of wounds. And that's the problem, Bean Boy, with Daggerheart, is to truly grasp it, you're not just being asked to learn Daggerheart. You're being asked to unlearn D&D. So, with all that being said, let's talk about something. Well, let's actually talk about a couple of things, because we're all over the place anyways. One, this may be a very important void. This may be a very important void for me, personally. And there's still a couple of issues to work through. And again, we'll talk about it. I'm sorry, but we haven't had a Daggerheart stream in a long time, so this is, good opportunity for us to talk about everything. There is a lot that I would like to see from this game. I think it's beyond, by the way, even just Daggerheart. I think duality dice system is just amazing. I think it's up there with, it's very easy to just dismiss it as being 2d6 from PBTA, but with 2d12, but it is different. And it is, I consider, the same way that I consider Blades in the Dark's dice pool system, right, to be inspired by and a spiritual successor to PBTA's 2d6 three-tiered success model, but it is considerably different and it has very different implications, and I consider it to be revolutionary in that way. I think the duality dice system, far more important than anything else in this fucking game. In fact, I need to make. Someone should make a World of Dungeons. They should make a Heart of Daggers game that doesn't have any cards. It doesn't have any abilities, or you know what I mean. It doesn't have any of this stuff. It just is the duality die mechanic, and we just use hope and we just use fear, and you'll have a couple of descriptive things on your character sheet, like identity and traits. And then if you want to do something that's cool, you spend a hope and you can basically kind of make something up and just do it. And that's it. And then same thing with the GM, right? To get to the brass tacks. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, John Harper of Blades in the Dark fan did a hack of Dungeon World called World of Dungeons. And World of Dungeons is literally a version of Dungeon World that just has one single mechanic, which is roll 2d6 plus a stat decided by the GM based on what you said you're going to do. And if you get 10 or higher, you do it. If you get 6 or minus, if something goes wrong, the GM will make a move. And if you get 7, 8, or 9, you succeed, but there's a cost. That's it. That's literally the whole game. No other moves, no other thing. It's just that. So it's like we need like a Heart of Daggers. So, or we can make Daggerheart about, right. Yeah. No distance markers. No distance markers, no close, very close, no targeting thing. None of that. You could have hit points or wounds. You could have stress, right? Cause you want resource, to track. the GM could say, yeah, you could do that, but it'll cost you a stress. And you're like, cool, I'll do that. So anyways, you could do all that and just make a very simplified, stripped down, 5-10 page version of the game. And that would be it. Anyways, and to get people used to that core idea that the duality dice is actually what is genius about this game, not the cards and the domains. Start with first principles. Start with first principles. Over and above everything, start with first principles. Time and time again. GM Scott says, that sounds terrible. The best part of that is that the license that you would put in the game would actually take up more space than the game. I mean, there's infinite dice mechanics, Matthew. I mean, there have been so many. I mean, I could talk for hours and still wouldn't cover them all because there's bespoke dice mechanics. I'm sure there's D10 systems, there's D6 systems, there's the D4 system, there's D8 systems. There's a million. I mean, there's so many dice systems. It's silly. It's crazy. Okay, so why is this important then? Because there's things that I've always wanted to do with Daggerheart, but I've always felt a little bit weird to do it because the game was new. It felt weird to be like, I don't know. Here's my version of Daggerheart when the game had just come out. Well, it's over a year old now, right? The warranty period has expired. Number two, number two is I haven't played, I haven't really run, I have not run a full campaign of Daggerheart yet. So, I still feel like I'm, a newbie and I don't have the sort of, ability to really speak with authority in many ways. I can tell you without too much of an ego that I know these games well enough and I know role-playing games well enough to pretty much know how a game is going to run without ever running it. I'm telling you that as a friend, but I would never but I would never put that in writing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I could tell you, I would be totally comfortable being yeah, I could totally make house rules to a game without ever playing it and it would turn out great. But I would never actually do that because that is very presumptuous and that is very, pig-headed. But there's something else important, which gets us to the blood domain, which is this. I don't like the blood domain. And what I mean by that is I don't like the theme. I don't like the direction that Daggerheart seems to kind of maybe be going. And I don't really particularly like the summoner, and I definitely don't like the Bloodhunter. They, to me, have a lot of influence from, some of it's mechanical. I'll be fully transparent with you. But mostly it's a thematic thing. I just don't feel like the direction that we're going into with the game, Magus is getting it correct. I don't like the blood and I don't like the dread domain. I don't like them. And I think it is very... Yeah. Derek is in his hater era. Listen, number one, anyone who's been watching this show for a long time will tell you that my hate used to be epically coded. Okay, modern day Derek is practically a lover of a hippie in terms of how much I just glaze things compared to the way I used to hate. Okay, go watch The Dark Eye, go watch Chubos, go watch Ryutama, go watch me talk about the Marvel Superheroes game, go watch me talk at all about Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Modern Derek is weak. Maybe. Apparently people were loving it. I kind of went off this week on Roll for Combat on Wednesday. And people were saying, oh man, they're like, it was like old school Derek. Derek was going off and being hateful and shitting on people. And anyways, okay. So Cinnabos says they are evoking me at 12 when I thought some shit was cool that just isn't. Yes. Dread and Blood give me big edgelord, tiefling, 12-year-old vibes. And I just don't like it. And I just the fact that these are like their premiere releases is very disappointing to me. I don't like that the witch is Sage and Dread, especially because then they go and take witch subclasses, which feel very much more like of that sort of like, I don't know what the word is, the very nice way to think of the witch, as sort of like more of like a nature priest and more of an alchemist and a bit of a, maybe a little bit of a weirdo on the world, but not a dreadful lord of darkness. And, and I agree that the domains are too edgelord coded. What the fuck even is a Bloodhunter? By the way, one of the reasons I also don't like the Bloodhunter, other people in chat here will probably back me up. I don't like when classes are too specific. I actually like classes to be very generic. So when we, Draw Steel is a great example of this, right? Where the classes are so like hyper niched and they're just, if your class has the word "the" in it, we're already off to a bad, start. But I like classes to be generic, and Bloodhunter seems anything but generic. Like, I don't see why these classes need to exist. I don't see why this domain needs to exist. And even if it is mechanically fine, which is fine. There is a little bit of problems I have, which we can talk about, but I don't like the vibe of it. And I don't like Dread. I think the Brawler's cool, and but I did not like the Dread class at all. Isn't Bloodhunter the custom class Matt made for Vin fucking Diesel? And yes, and if you've ever read any of Vin Diesel's stuff about his character, it's like the most edgelord cringe shit that you've ever could even imagine in your life. Okay. I thought that was what he made it for, but apparently someone's saying it was for Travis or something like that. But I mean, I like emo music. I don't like emo role-playing games. Yes, Vin Diesel even convinced some Hollywood company to make that into a movie. Do I have it? I don't know if it's up here. I think it's in storage. Vin Diesel wrote the intro to like the 30th anniversary edition of D&D. This book, they had him write the foreword, and he's like, guess what his character was? Oh, he was like a 48th level drow bounty hunter at the edge, still wandering the wastes. He was like this like pastiche of every emo edgelord trope ever, and I don't know. And then the fact that they are running it back to back with Age of Umbra as their premier way of demonstrating this game, I just don't like the direction that the game is going in. Let me see. I'm going to do a Google search here. Here we go. Vin Diesel's early tabletop campaigns in the 80s featured a drow character named Melkor. Back when everyone's like, Melkor, oh, that's such a cool name. And, you're like, I totally made it up, because meanwhile, you're that one person that actually read the Silmarillion and no one had ever read the Silmarillion before. Anyways, a fierce witch hunter who combined melee combat with, spell casting. And it's just like, and I remember watching and reading this passage from him, and it was just like the most cringe thing of ever done. So yeah, Quest Friend says, I definitely made that character too in AD&D 2nd edition when I was 12. 100%. And of course he's a Gish. By the way, I'm a Gish for role-playing reasons. It has nothing to do with anything else. And dark fantasy, there's nothing inherently wrong with dark fantasy. I will freely admit I don't like it, but it's also a weird way to present the game based on how the game itself is presented, I don't know. So there is a direction that the game is taking. Now I saw somebody said, and again, a lot of it is personal bias. So there's nothing inherently wrong with it, and but yeah, I don't know. I also get the feeling. Okay, so this is a total suspicion that I don't necessarily know that the people at Darrington Press like this stuff either. I think they are making this stuff because Matt Mercer, vis-a-vis the Critical Role crew, like this stuff, and their audience, aka their customers, like stuff that Matt likes. So if Matt likes something, then people will be like, I like that too. Matt Mercer I like. They'll buy it, so they make this. I don't necessarily know that. I don't believe that this is where their heart and their intention is. Now, that is a complete guess. Yeah. So the other thing is, just as a complete side tangent, there also seems to be a general theme in role-playing games, which, again, I don't like. Driven, perhaps, by, to a certain extent, Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, all those type of games, where, you see it with D&D and Ravenloft. Season of Horror in the middle of summer. Ravenloft, more Ravenloft. Did you buy Ravenloft? Do you want more Ravenloft? Here's more Ravenloft. It like RPG right now seems to be divided into two camps. You're either edgelord dark fantasy horror, or your Studio Ghibli anime kid aesthetic, and that's it. That's it. Those are the only two options. If you want anything other than those two options, get fucked. And yeah, I mean, okay. Why has it got to be that way? That's all. So, yeah. I mean, I bet. So, yeah. And correct. That's right. That's it. And that's what I'm saying. And again, and yeah, but that's what we got. So here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna go through. We're gonna start with the blood domain, and then we're gonna look at the summoner, and then we're gonna look at the Bloodhunter. Okay, because I don't think we ever actually looked at the blood domain step by step. Now they did make updates to it, and I'll be honest with you, I don't remember how much in depth we went with it last time. So feel free to bring up anything that you may point to. So we have the blood domain. The other thing is, by the way, just as a separate note, I think this is another change that Derek would make. I don't feel like the okay. Sorry. Tangent. Magic the Gathering has this idea called the color pie. And the idea of the color pie is that certain colors in Magic get the ability to do certain things. Not every color can do everything. And some colors can't do something at all. And other colors might be able to do something, but they're very bad at it. And it's very expensive for them to do it. I enjoy when when there's a elements that they're tied into that.
Tipped $5. Congrats on the FBSS.
Thank you, Jackal. I will not comment on what hour I was up to in order to get it, but I became unnecessarily obsessed, and it was finally mine. Thank you, Jackal. So I'm not sure what the blood domain is supposed to be, except edgy. Is kind of what I'm getting at. I prefer for domains to have a bit more of a mechanical identity than, just blood, cutting your wrist open, smelling the blood, doing blood. Life is power. Now, Avison, I have ranted for 5 years, 10 years about the dissolution of the colored pie. So, right there with you.
Sting 57 tips $50. Dogs.
Sting, what's up? Thank you for the $50. That's very generous of you. I really appreciate that. Holy crap. I don't know if you meant to leave a message, but other than dogs, but dogs are good, and I appreciate you. Thank you so much. My dog Maple is going to be undergoing a very expensive surgery here in the near future. We've had one appointment already that cost me a couple $100, and now we're kind of in a hurry up, wait and see phase, so it's going to be more expensive, I'm sure, as time goes on. So I really appreciate you doing that. Thank you. Jams, I am 100% in agreement with you. You already had all those domains. Just keep using those domains. Everybody on Reddit, including us, we did this. We did this live on stream where we filled in the grid. Why do you got to make new domains already? For fuck's sake. All right. So, blood domain. So our level 1 powers. We got 2 spells and an ability. Blood Spike. Make a spell casting roll against a target within close range. On a success, spend a hope to deal D8 plus 2 damage using your proficiency. And the target marks a stress. If you have at least 3 hit points marked, the damage die is a D10. So here we see, the first thematic idea here, which is that if you are damaged, you can do more damage. Fair enough. And it, being a spellcaster, it's it's a true spell in that it uses hope to pay for it, right? Correct, Tom Crow. I just downloaded it 5 seconds ago, or 30 minutes ago. Lifeblood Talisman. Mark a hit point to conjure a talisman infused with your life essence. When the bearer of the talisman would take severe or greater damage, so that's 2 or more, they can destroy the talisman and reduce the damage by 2 thresholds. The talisman otherwise disappears when you take a rest or you cast a spell again. So a nice buff to basically a temporary damage shield, but also is a free way for you to mark hit points and therefore empower your blood spike. Power through pain. When you mark a hit point, place a token on this card. On a successful attack, you can spend any number of tokens from this card to gain a D6 damage bonus on the next attack for each token spent. This card can hold a maximum number of tokens equal to your spellcasting trait. Clear all the tokens when you take a long rest. So, a couple of things. And again, feel free to shit on me, chat. Not as a kink, but like my ideas. This is actually a really cool package because this gives you a way to mark your hit points to buff yourself and your ally with a damage shield. When you mark a hit point, for any reason, including using your own ability, you get to put tokens on a card and build up the damage dice. Then you can cash in all those damage dice when you make an attack like with Blood Spike, which will be more powerful because you've taken damage. There's one problem. Well, a couple problems I have for this. The first is there's a little bit of a what are we even doing here element to this? Because the damage rolls in Daggerheart, I mean, at the end of it, it's going to be 2 or 3. You know what I mean? Like you're jumping through a lot of hoops here to make your damage roll go from being like 35 and you're like, okay, I'm going to spend all of my tokens from power through the pain, and then I'm going to add all those D6 damage bonus to my blood spike, and because I have 3 hit points marked, I'm going to be rolling multiple D10s instead of D8s plus the D6, so that 30, I normally would have done 35 and I'm going to do 55. And the GM goes, okay, I'll mark 3 hit points instead of 2. Like it's even more performative, than anything else. The other problem is if you do all of that and it doesn't make a difference, right? If you spend your tokens to power through pain, or if you are hurt and are rolling D10s instead of D8s, and you end up just being like, oh, I did 42 damage instead of 30. And the GM goes, oh yeah, it's still 2. So you did all that stuff and it didn't make a difference. That actually, in some ways, could end up making you feel worse than if, you know what I mean? So I think that of all the mechanics in Daggerheart that I think are not great, I think I understand why they couldn't do what they wanted to do, which is just make everything deal like, I don't know, like 1, 2, or 3 points of damage. But the damage stuff is a little it's performative. That's the problem with it. It's much ado about nothing. Is what it really comes down to. It's much ado about nothing. That's the problem with it. And it's a lot of bark and no bite. There's a lot of metaphors that we could use here. Yes, Outercraft. That's the other reason, you know. Yeah, I don't have the old one. I'm not going to jump back and forth between prior editions, but it does sound like you're saying that the old one is incredibly elegant compared to the Rube Goldberg machine that this version is. Also, like, so Kyojin, yes, the main advantage, I suppose, right, of the damage threshold system is that if somebody does some uber schluber attack and they end up doing 97 damage, the GM just goes, cool, you take 3. Or if you roll shit, at least you're going to do 1. But here's the problem. Who cares about fucking balance? You know, like, it's crazy to me. And again, it's this weird, it's being dictated by feedback from the absolute wrong people, you know? Okay. It's just very frustrating, you know? Yeah, there's a game for balance. It's called Pathfinder 2nd Edition. It works really well, maybe too well. It's crazy to me. And there was just a post on Reddit that one of our brave KLC patrons was, you know, defending, you know, to the death, you know, out there trying to fight the good fight about Daggerheart. And, you know, I don't remember where or who it was. Let's see here let's see if I can find it. In Daggerheart from, let's see if I can find it. Okay, here it is. This is from the other day. They said, this is some other person's post. You know, they said, this is where a lot of Daggerheart encounter advice loses me. Why do they have a ton of encounter building systems, rules, and meta currency for powers if at the end of the day, I, as the DM, can just use a golden opportunity to attack whenever I want? Daggerheart is not PBTA. Those systems are entirely narrative, so this advice does not work. Or this advice does work in Stonetop, but it makes no sense in a mechanically dense combat system like Daggerheart to constantly advise the DM to just do whatever they want to do in order to make the fight exciting. Why even have complex rules if that's the go-to advice for encounter balancing? And then our hero Jackal said, well, it definitely is trying to straddle the line, but I think the GM principles and guidance are pretty clear in the way that the game should be played. And then this person says, while you say it's clear, to me, your ruling of handling Spotlight and enemy activations, mostly through golden opportunities, is 100% not an intended rule of combat. It's not an explicit rule in the combat section, and it's mostly something you are extrapolating from the general GM moves. And then Jackal says, where is the explicit rules for combat that indicate that armed conflict should be dealt with any differently than anywhere else? Does it say anywhere that spotlight an adversary is the default move for armed conflict? And this is at the core of it, which is that some people feel like, because they are used to playing D&D in a way where the rules exist during combat and they don't exist outside of combat. And that's just the way that people are used to playing their D&D games. And they're playing Daggerheart like that as well. And they want combat to be this really balanced, gamey thing. And then outside of combat, it's Brennan Lee Mulligan that shit. And that's a fucking horrible way to make a game and design a game. And in my opinion, play a game. So it's fundamentally a problem to me if what people are saying in chat is that, you know, that people are complaining that the old Power Through Pain was unbalanced. And as Vin so elegantly put it, Daggerheart is not about balance. And how many abilities do we need that just basically are some version of sneak attack where you get to do extra damage? Yeah, I mean, that's pretty simple and quick and elegant. Again, you know, the dice goblins who love to roll for damage have to be satisfied. I know. I don't know why we need to do that, but apparently we do need to do that. And yeah, it's because all anyone's ever seen is roll to hit, then see if you hit. Then if you did hit, roll the damage dice. So, Magus, the idea of balance is why guys like Sly Flourish bounce off of it because Daggerheart doesn't have the balls like Stone Top to just say what this game is in plain language. Well, again, they were trying to be, look, let's not beat around the bush here. Okay? Nobody is ever going to play this game. We love it. We worship it. It's a tour de force. But no one's ever going to play this game. And 5e players are never going to play this game. So I actually respect that Darrington Press was willing to say, look, maybe we should try to reach out to those people and get them to play. So I respect it. Yeah, Aaron, I'm 100% with you. Damage rolls are my least favorite part of the game. I do not need the numbers to go up for no particular reason. I'm 100% there with you. I mean, a great example of this. We are playing Fabula Ultima. The characters feel way more powerful, way more capable, way cooler. In Fabula Ultima, your damage is you roll 2 dice, depending on what you're attacking. You might roll strength and dex, and you might roll strength and strength. You might roll strength and willpower. It depends on what your weapon is. But that die is going to be between a d6, a d8, a d10, and d12. You take the high roll, and you add some value. So at the beginning of the game, someone like Tim was doing, d8 plus 5. So he was doing like somewhere between 12 to 13 damage. When you take the high roll into account. So it's like, 2d8, take high, plus 5. So, let's say he's doing 12, on average he's doing 6 or something like that, plus 5. He's doing like 11 damage. Now he's almost level 30. And now he's rolling like d12 as his high roll. And so his high roll is now usually more like a 10. And his damage bonus is now more like plus 15, plus 20. So now he's doing like 30. He went from like 10 to like 20. Let's call it 20-25, right? So significant. It went from 10 to 25 over the course of half the game. And the bonus went from basically being D8 plus 5 to D12 plus 15. And that's it. That is so it feels way more way more damage, but it also feels completely still manageable and doable. I mean, there's a lot of stuff being said here. I know we're here to talk about the Void, but yes, the battle point system did far more harm than good, I'm afraid. In fact, if you want to hear my really hot take, if your game has a surrender system, you don't need a battle point system. And in fact, I would argue providing one is misleading. I do love Stonetop. It is true. Jake, by the way, says, I'm organizing a Stonetop game right now. But yes, the fact that it's you, Jake, indicates that proves my point, not disproves it. Yeah. I will run it someday, I promise. So, right. Jake says, it's not a JRPG if you don't end the game doing 9999 damage. And self-confessing, yeah, that was my temptation as well. I'll just add a 0 to everything. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, level 2, Brand of Castigation. When you successfully... Now, so, okay, we're getting to a separate problem. We're getting to another problem here, which I have with Daggerheart domains. We've got a lot of stuff. This is a problem with the blood hunt. This is the problem with the blood domain, but it's also a problem with several other domains. You know which ones I'm talking about. Midnight. Brand of Castigation. When you succeed on an attack roll against a target, you may mark a stress to brand them until you take a long rest or cast the spell again. You always know the direction of the branded target. If the branded target deals damage to you, you can remove them to make them take 2 stress. Oh, you mean it's a Bloodhunter, a spell. Why does my summoner get access to this? I don't like that they put class features in the domain. I don't like that they put class features in the domain. Full stop. I thought that's lazy design. Pick a lane. You don't get to have it both ways. And I know what people say, just don't pick it. Okay, but I get 2 level 2 powers. You know? I get 2 from 2 domains. There's 4 choices for me to make. What do you want me to do? You're saying that 25% of the options, or 50% maybe of the options, are just not available to me? I don't like them. I don't like them. So I don't like this, because this is not a blood power. This is a blood hunter power, and I dislike. Palpitations. When you or an ally makes an action roll to frighten or intimidate a creature within close range, you can spend a hope to give that roll advantage. On a success, the target also marks a stress. Additionally, once per long rest, you can spend a hope to calm yourself or a willing creature within close range and let them clear 2 stress. I actually think this is a cool spell. I like that it is kind of actually a trigger, and it's you or an ally. I'm not really quite sure why palpitations would let you calm an ally down. Yeah. Anyways, but this is a cool ability. Blood Puppet. Make a spellcrafting roll against an adversary. On a success, spend a hope to do any of the following. Basically, bloodbend them. Right? You can either move them, or you can make them make an attack. Again, this is just a vibe that I'm not cool with. Presumably, our characters are heroes. And again, I'm very biased. I get that. You know, in Avatar, this is considered one of the most evil things that you can do. And I just don't fundamentally agree with it. Burning Gore. See also, by the way, all the Pathfinder 2 stuff, like with the occult domain. You're like, hey, I'm a bard. Yay. Oh, cool. You can sing songs. No, I make people, I'm going to pull a rope out of my stomach, and I'm going to use my guts to both climb walls and trip enemies. And it's like, what? No. I'm going to vomit forth a swarm of slugs, beetles, and vile feces, and I'm going to cover them all in goo and make them all sickened, so that the way that they recover is by literally, not even kidding you, the rule in the game is spending their turn vomiting. So Burning Gore is another damage spell. I guess the nice thing here is it's against a flat DC. You mark a hit point. And again, there's a little bit of synergies here because in theory, you want to be marking hit points in order to get those benefits. Okay, so now I don't know that this is bad design. So I don't want to call it this. Which is there are balance mechanics that presume that the cost that you're making is beneficial to you. So Tom Crow says Burning Gore is bad. It's a worse fireball. True. Full stop. However, the idea is that by you getting to mark a hit point, it is actually to your advantage. But that's only true if you have the abilities or have a class that cares about you marking hit points. And it's cool if you do, but it's a problem if you don't, right? So those are level 3. Grizzly Harpoon. Make a spellcrafting roll against a creature within far range. On a success, mark a stress to throw a conjured harpoon of magical blood at the target, dealing D10 magic damage using your proficiency. Then you can pull yourself into melee range with the target or pull the target next to you. Alternatively, you can go, hook shot something. And again, you're doing it with blood. So what's the theme here? That blood can just do anything? This is the problem that I have with this. What is the mechanical design space of blood? Why is this a blood power? What makes this bloody? Full stop. Weave the flesh. Oh, you can heal people. That's kind of cool. I don't like the tone of it. Blood puppet. You can control people. Okay, I get it. I buy that. Why am I making blood harpoons? What? Yeah. Yes. Correct, River Ray. River Ray says, I don't like themes that are this can do vaguely anything, even if it's remotely related, as long as there's this flavor element alongside Shadow. And by the way, take a full stop. This is the problem with top-down design and why I prefer bottom-up design, right? To start with a fundamentally strong mechanical base and a structural base, and then add the flavor to fit later. Right. Also, this uses stress, not even hit points. So it doesn't even synergize. Because presumably, by the way, no, because there's no mechanical. Because people are telling me that apparently this is something that blood can do. I don't know. I don't know anything about the Witch Hunter or Diablo or anything like that. GM Scott says you could do it in Diablo 3. So I'm assuming that this is something where it's somebody thought this was really cool and they just added it because they thought it was cool and it should be something that blood people to do. And it's a hunter thing. And I'm going to shoot bloody harpoons at you and rip you back, So yeah. Oh, Commander Zuko says, blood is a theme. This looks like top-down design rather than, yep. Okay. Everything you just said there. Correct. Yeah. So again, I prefer a strong mechanical base with a, with theme and I mean, honestly, it could be top down or bottom up as long as they mesh. I just don't get why this is blood. And another way of saying it is why isn't this sage? Why isn't this arcana? Why isn't this codex? Right? Make a spellcasting roll against a creature. On a success, mark a stress to throw a conjured harpoon of magic books at your target. Yeah. So, anyways, I agree. Blood, if everything here was tied to wounding yourself, it was tied to marking hit points, unmarking hit points, right? Using your life essence as a resource, that I can at least get more onto, which is why I think Burning Gore thematically and mechanically is okay. And I think Weave the Flesh is also very cool. And even though I don't like I don't think it's right for a heroic game or whatever, Blood Puppet is really fun. By the way, I see what people say. They're like, it's also because Critical Role. And by the way, again, this is why I said this is not a bad thing. It's just a thing that I disagree with fundamentally, which is that the game's design is being influenced by the play style of a bunch of voice actors that I don't happen to particularly enjoy. So that puts the game in a weird direction, and it makes me a little bit more encouraged to go with, hey, maybe I could make my own stuff, because maybe there is room for me in this space. Because I don't think that this, is interesting or cool. Because somebody said like, oh, well, like the Critical Role characters, they're good, but they're not nice, right? They're the classic, rebel without a, chaotic good. We live by our own code. I do it my way. I trust in my moral authority. I'm going to be good, but not polite. That kind of thing. That is a much better way to describe it, James Scott. The anti-hero. I'm like, there's got to be a term for it. And you're like, yes, the anti-hero. It's the same thing with the sexy vampire thing. Yeah. But again, fundamentally, I do like mechanically, like I said, I didn't dislike everything mechanically. There was just a couple I knew that I had some problems with, like the blood harpoon. But like fundamentally, this first line, blood spike, lifeblood, talisman, power through pain, I like that. And like, I feel like, so taking a step back, why isn't power through pain like a class feature of like, you know what I mean? Because like, in my mindset, this is kind of like what the whole class is kind of resolved around, and to a certain extent. So I just think that they made the classes a little bit too light. And I think that they put too much of the class features into the domain. And I think that's a problem. So that's one issue. That's a more of a holistic issue with Daggerheart, not specific to the blood domain. Number two, we talked about this. All these little fiddly damage bonuses, I think is kind of performance theater, right? Because it doesn't make that huge of a difference. There's some percentage of the time where you will do 3 instead of 2, or you will do 2 instead of 1. That's it. Some small percentage of the time. Okay, we get to level 5. Viscous form. Mark a stress to place a number of tokens equal to your spellcasting trait on this card and transform into a pool of blood. Remove a token each time you make an action roll or take damage. You drop out of this form when you remove the last token on this card. While in blood form, I mean, there's a lot going on here, and I'm not going to go in. Again, I'm sure this is fine. What the fuck are we even doing now with blood? I don't know. Okay. Like, it's one thing. Anyways, get the point. Classic Derek, though. A year ago, I love this game. A year later, this game sucks. Haha. Well, I still love this game. I still think this is one of the best games that has come out. I think the duality dice system is, in many ways, better than PBTA. So, I mean, that's good for you, Aaron, because it uses the part I like is the D12s. I like the D12s. I like the physicality and the tactility of the game. I like the meta currency, the fear meta currency. It solves a real issue that PBTA has. Is blood a summoner domain? Magus, it sure is. Right, loving it is why I care. Correct. Anyways, parasite of the will. We can infect them with a bloodworm. And again, I'm sure that this is something from some IP that I don't know. But also, I'm like, wait, so now blood makes magical bugs? So I'm going to go out on a limb and say, I hate level 5. All right, level 6, Bloodbind. Again, getting more bloodbendish stuff here. Mark of stress, they become restrained or vulnerable. Again, why are we marking stress? I feel like this class should be about marking hit points. And I get the idea is like, well, we can't have you mark hit points for everything. I don't know. Maybe you can. You can't die, so it's not really a problem. The problem is, Autocraft, is I believe Parasite of the Will was in the original beta Void, and that was before the Summoner class existed. Lifelink. Make a spellcasting roll. Once per rest, on a success, you conjure a magical tether between yourself and another target. When either tethered creature would mark a hit point, the other one can mark a hit point instead. Very cool. And very appropriate. And very mechanically thematic. It's, again, dealing and trading in this currency of hit points. I love that. I think this is cool. It's flavorful. You could use this in many different situations that isn't just a blood hunter. I love this ability. This is a really cool spell, and I like this one a lot. It's also a 0 stress at high level, which is always nice to see. Hey, Timmy, thank you for the Prime sub. All right, here's our classic Blood Touched. If you have a bunch of Blood Touched domains, you get a bonus. Vampiric Strike. We knew this was coming. When you deal major or greater damage to an adversary within close range, you can mark a stress to clear a hit point. Now, that is not what I would think Vampiric Strike would do. I don't know why I have to mark a stress. I don't know. Vampiric Strike doesn't seem like it should be stressful to me, but I don't know. Self-Confessing says, I wish this was way lower tier. I think he's talking about Lifelink. I agree. I think Lifelink is almost one of the I guess you're right. It is a rider. All right, you're fair. This is not a specific ability. That's a good point, Grim Prism. Anyways, but Lifelink, I think this is a really fun fundamental thing. Also, why do we got to make a spellcrafting roll? I don't know. This feels like a roll just to make a roll. Why does this one have a roll? Why are we making a roll? I mean, it's got to be between you and a willing target. Anyways. Vital Ward. Choose physical or choose magic and make a spellcasting roll. On a success, you trace a very close circle of blood. I'll be honest with you. The AoE Aura 1 ability things has been really strange, but people get resistance against that damage type. So again, it's using blood as power. Now you might be wondering, Derek, what problem do you have with this spell? I will let the chat answer the question. What is my problem with this spell? It's a mechanical and a favor fail. I'll let chat catch up. This one I'm okay with making a check. You're presumably going to be doing this in a combat situation, right? Like the creatures are, closing in and you're casting your ward about you to protect you from the oncoming, onslaught of magical damage. So, no, I'm okay with the check in this situation. No, I don't even give a shit about radius. Newsflash, by the way, when Derek runs Daggerheart, it will have absolute the range will not existence. No, I mean, it lasts until you take major damage, which is fine. Like, you if you get smashed, your ward, fizzles and fails. I'm okay with that. Nothing happens if you fail. Well, remember, you may Penguin, if you fail, the GM makes a move. So that, unfortunately for us, we are playing a PBTA style game, so we get that benefit. Nothing about it demands blood. It could be easily domain. It is, that's sort of it, Copperblint. It's sort of it. That's sort of it. No, choosing the damage is cool. That's in this game, luckily, we only have 2 damage types. So it's cool if it's a meaningful decision. I don't care that it takes a turn. Turns are meaningless currency in this game anyways. Nope. It's the fact that We are tracing a circle of blood on the ground. Why aren't we marking a hit point? Why did we have to mark a hit point to launch a blood harpoon? Why did we have to mark a hit point to unleash an Ichor wave? But how come, presumably, like, cutting our hand and using the streamers of blood to weave a ward of magical life vitality around us, how does that not fucking take a hit point mark? Like thematically, the mental image of, you know, the attackers coming in, or magical, you know, attacks coming in, and this blood domain person slashing their wrist slashing their arm, or slashing their forearm, or whatever, and having that life blood drip, and or maybe like as the blood drips into the ground, right? Like the tendrils of life energy, the blood energy begin tracing runes as the blood streams from your hand. Like, there's a really cool element, you know, that you could tie into this. You could even tie it into some sort of like, you know, when someone would take damage, it gets reduced, but you have to mark a hit point, right? Like, you have to keep feeding the ward blood in order to keep the ward alive, you know? And of course, yes, if it's costing hit points, then we don't have to worry about a roll because it's not as exciting anymore. Anyways, the point is, that is flavor-wise really cool for me, but what's really cool about PBTA is, in theory, you should be able to combine mechanics and flavor into a win, right? So, anyways, that's my problem with that ability. Bleeding Tree. Once per long rest, when an adversary within close range is defeated. Now, Osley says, so this is, again, a fundamental issue, and this is a fundamental problem with the way that this game is presented, the way that this game is explained, and the way that people play this game. Which is, Osley says, should this be a reaction to taking damage? Here's the problem. I don't think of it that way because that's never the way that I would run any sort of game that is initiativeless, which this game is. Which is to say, if you're thinking about it in terms of I'm activating an monster, I'm using a spotlight, the adversary move, and now they are making an attack and you are getting fucked, yeah, maybe. But that is never the way I would do it, right? So, like, the way that I would GM Daggerheart is the same way that I would GM PBTA, which is to say, if I made a soft move, which is to say, you know, you look over, and as you look over, you see that the Taldori Pyromancer is gathering up the final runes to cast a massive fireball, channeling it and sending it forth. You know, Cinnabos, what do you do, right? So that's a soft move. And now I'm passing the spotlight back to Cinnabos, giving Cinnabos an opportunity to take an action. And Cinnabos might say, seeing the imminent fireball, I slash my palm and I spread out a vital ward, you know, and then this blood field surrounds us, this crackling field of life energy that, you know, absorbs the fireball's energy as it crackles around my party, who they weren't even aware that the fireball was coming. So there's sort of in theory, you don't need reactions because the game is a conversation, and conversations are full of back and forth and pauses and opportunities and all this other stuff. Anyway, so that's why I don't need it to be a reaction. Anyways, you put tokens on the bleeding tree, and then a PC can suck life from the blood tree. I just think this is weird. Again, why do we have blood trees? You know, you absolutely can run Daggerheart like PBTA when the enemies are making dice rolls. You absolutely can. You absolutely can. There's no reason why you can't. Granted, Boyko, one of the things I would want to change is to turn the enemy attack rolls into player-facing defense or evade rolls. So there is that. The best time to plant a blood tree was 25 years ago. And apparently it's because of some comic. Yeah. Correct, Magic. That's the only thing you have to... The key takeaway is that deal harm as established used to be a very hard move in Daggerheart or in PBTA or in Dungeon World. Deal harm as established was a very hard move. It is not as hard of a move anymore because there's a random element in between. That's it. That's all. But again, like I said, I would... and by the way, first time I ever like played Daggerheart, I was being asked to make reaction rolls, and I would pick up my 2d12 and I would roll them, and I would say 18 with fear, and I had to be like, nope, it's just an 18. Like you want to train people that when they pick up 2d12, that's an action roll, and that means it's with hope and that's with fear. I think using the 2d12 for a reaction roll was a mistake, and now that I've played Daggerheart, I think that even more. Ichor Wave. Mark a hit point to make a spellcasting roll against all targets within close range of you. On a success, deal 10 d10 magic damage using the number of hit points you have marked instead of your proficiency. I like this. I don't even know if it's powerful or balanced. I don't really particularly care. But this is a great internal package. A massive wave of blood and life, energy. You're marking a hit point, which synergizes with everything else that you did. It rewards you for having a bunch of hit points marked. This is a cool power. I don't know if it needs to be level 9, but it's very cool. And Glyph of Hemorrhaging. And again, we get magical glyphs that causes somebody to bleed a lot. Is that level 9? Probably not. Damage increases by 1 threshold. Now, the power is really cool. Full stop. I just don't know if I like the name. Scabrous Adamants. Your wounds seal into armored scabs. When you mark 2 or more hit points from an attack, clear an armor slot. I'm not going to lie. I'm never taking this. Not because it's not cool, but because it's level 10. I'm not taking tough scabs. I'm just not, you know. Make a spellcasting roll against an adversary within close range. So this is Sanguine Fest. Already winning the... It is aura farming Scabrous Adamants considerably. Make a spellcasting roll against an adversary within close range. Once per rest, on a success, roll a number of d6s equal to the number of hit points you have marked, and you can mark an additional hit point to re-roll any of these dice. The target marks a hit point for each result of 4 or higher. Okay, that's pretty awesome. So here's how I would change this, though. I would change this into some sort of like ultimate push your luck type mechanic where you can like mark hit points so that you can roll more d6s, and then if you roll high enough on the d6 you heal, and if you roll low or something you take damage or something. Basically, I wanted to make like a push your luck situation where like you could theoretically kill yourself using this, but you're hoping that you'll like feast before you die. So I think you should absolutely sort of be like spending all of your hit points and then hoping to roll like a boss and then heal before your own ability kills you. That would be way cooler to me. Secondly, it's called a feast. This should be an AoE. I mean, other level 10 abilities are like summon an eclipse that covers the land in darkness. It's like, I'm going to go ham on one dude. Come on. It's called Sanguine Feast. Okay. Do you know that cutscene from that one World of Warcraft expansion that I never played because I stopped playing the game? But it's the one where like Anduin is leading an attack of the Alliance against, I think, Lordaeron, and Sylvanas is defending the castle, and the Alliance looks like they're gonna win, and then Sylvanas goes like, no, and then she like starts kicking ass, and then she like lands amongst the Alliance people, and she does her like banshee scream, and everybody starts dying around her, and she's like drawing in all their life energy. That is what Sanguine Feast should be. I don't know if we need to pull up if no one. That's right. Magus knows it, because then she goes, for the Horde! And this is, by the way, inevitably when, you're watching it, in some sort of like BlizzCon, and then somebody yells out, Yas Queen! I don't know why, but Yas Queen seems to be the chant du jour for Sylvanas Windrunner. But yes, and then she screams for the Horde. That's a great moment. That's a Sanguine Feast. Okay. So that is what that should be. This is a once a day ability against one person. Fuck that. It's level 10. What are we even doing here? Like, for the love of God, like, please. Just like, please. I'm envisioning something where like you have this character, this hero, and they're bloody, they're beaten, and then they start like channeling, and like their wounds start ripping open, and their own blood starts like pouring out from them as like living tendrils that start streaking through the air and like ripping into other people. And again, you're trying to siphon that blood back, but you kind of got to lose it to win it. You got to gamble, you got to wager it to win it. And if it goes wrong, maybe you end up a desiccated husk on the ground. So anyways, the scale on this is off, and having tough scabs is just not level 10 material, Can someone give an example of what another level 10 ability is? Maybe if we have so like Midnight has, and again, this doesn't have any of the cool art from the spells, but make a spellcasting roll. Cover the entire area within far range. So that's like, a long distance. Into complete darkness. Only you and your allies can see through this darkness. Additionally, whenever you or an ally succeeds with hope against an enemy, they have to mark a stress. And it lasts until the GM spends a fear on their turn to clear this effect, or you take severe damage. By the way, this was another one of my favorite early on Reddits, where people were like, Eclipse is useless. Like, why wouldn't I just immediately spend a fear? I still remember that conversation, and I remember being like, oh, I can't talk to these people. I'm like, I just can't. And I'm like, I don't even know what to say to them other than don't do that. And that was very early on, by the way. That was still during like Dagger month, that was still during Dagger month. Let's take a look at, I don't know, Arcana. Arcana has adjust reality. After you or any ally make a roll, spend 5 hope to change it to whatever dice you want to be, of any number, of any sort. Falling Sky. Make a spellcasting roll against every single adversary up to within far range. Mark any number of stress to make shards of Arcana rain down from above. Targets you succeed against take D20 plus 2 magic for each stress marked. Now, Boyko says, I hate that because as a GM, I need to pull my punches. Boyko, you should not be playing Daggerheart if that's what you're even remotely thinking or in the mindset of. 100%. Daggerheart is not that. It's not even remote. Like, there's no such thing as optimal play. There is no such thing. That doesn't even exist, even remotely. It is not even close to being about that. And again, I'm not. By the way, I'm not saying anything bad about you. I'm just saying that it is 100% not that kind of game from either side. Let's say you played extremely optimally, Boyko, and your players just go, okay, we all surrender and we don't die. There's no winning and there's no losing. You are playing just to play. You're not playing to show how smart you are, how good you are. You are not playing to beat the DM or beat the adventure or beat the monsters. There are other better games for that. And this is not one of them. Full stop. So that's the Blood Domain. So again, we discussed at length some of my issues with it. Some of the things I love. Some of the things I think are exactly on the money. Other things I think are a little bit weird and like blood is just cool and magical and weird, so we can do with that. And I'm not really quite sure what, why summoning a magic blood worm inside someone's head is a blood thing, right? I like the idea of the blood domain being something where, again, it's about preventing and dealing hit points directly. It's about spending life as a resource, using life as a resource. And mechanically, I would want to build the domain around that and then give the classes features and functions that let you take advantage, like power through pain, which should just probably be a part of a class, that allow you to benefit from being hurt or from enemies being hurt or whatever, So that is the blood domain. So let's talk about the new class, the Summoner. So the Summoner is blood and splendor. Now, splendor, if you recall, is the domain of the seraph, which is sort of like the angelic paladin type class. It's also, ironically, the class, not ironically, I guess, but it is the domain of the wizard. It is a healing and protective domain with abilities like, second wind, mending touch, reassurance, zone of protection, restoration. You get a little bit of holy cleric, smite, a bolt beacon, but mostly it's healing strike, healing hands, reassurance, mending touch. It's a healing, it's a white mage, shielding aura, stunning, invigoration, and yes, full on resurrection. The final ability. Although you can only use this ability, well, there's a chance that you can only use this ability once, ever, in the whole game. So, okay. Interesting. Not what I would think of as a summoner. Now, again, I know that there's a little bit of, they're sort of, they're trying to go in a different direction with that. I think that Blood and Splendor is a cool domain pairing. The design might even be cool, but I don't know that I think of that as summoner. So, Boyko, a cognitive load problem. No, you just do it when it would be cool. That's the thing. It's still a choice, Boyko, but it's a choice made for dramatic purposes rather than, effective purposes. I'm not going to lie. GMing Daggerheart is way harder than GMing Pathfinder 2. In Pathfinder 2, you just play by the rules and try to kill the opponent, the players. You will fail 99% of the time. You will play your hardest, and they will, in theory, enjoy that experience. In Daggerheart, you are doing something far different. You are using the game's rules and mechanics and meta currencies to be constrained in such a way that you are being forced to have to constantly adapt and think on your feet and roll with the punches and read the vibe of the story that is being unfolded before you in real time to disclaim decision making to allow others to enter into the decision making process, to collaborate rather than to compete, to go in an unexpected direction, and ultimately to be constantly monitoring what is going on in the game, what is going on with your players, and look for those moments and opportunities to punch up and make the game a little bit, higher. Okay. So here we go. We've got Summoner. Their evasion's pretty normal. Everything's here. We have our hope abilities. Aid of the Spirits. Spend 3 hope to conjure otherworldly aid. Distribute 2 hope among 1 or more other PCs within far range, and you clear a stress. That just seems boring to me. And again, I know, we're all biased, but like, we all have our biases, I'm saying. But like, for me, where are the classes? Oh, here we go. For me, I consider the Warrior Hope feature like one of my absolute favorite ones. But most of the hope features, not great. Yeah. Everyone knows I absolutely hate the wizard one. the just spend hope, make somebody reroll. Not this time. What does that even mean? Anyways. So yeah, I find this to be kind of boring. But anyways. Here is your core feature. Summon Entity. You can summon otherworldly entities, fate spirits, and other entities depending on your subclass. Each entity is associated with one of the summoning circles below. Mark a stress to summon a number of entities equal to your tier. So 1, 2, 3, or 4. And then add them to the appropriate circles. I love it. Fiddly, putting in a circle. Great. You can hold a total number of entities equal to your level. Summon entities stay within very close range, can perform harmless tasks, and cannot be targeted. If a task requires an action roll, you can make a spellcraft roll to command an entity. First circle, a fate spirit. After an adversary within very close range makes a successful attack roll, you can command a fate spirit to force the adversary to re-roll the attack. The spirit then disappears. Now, I have a lot of problems with this. One of which is I hate re-rolls. Because what if they roll better?
Kendall sees
doesn't take too much time.
Catching up after my game of Daggerheart, hoping to find some new inspiration for the game. Becoming a bit disillusioned with the mechanics. Here's to Maple.
Thank you for the support from Maple, Kendall. Hoping to find some new inspiration for the game, becoming a bit disillusioned with the mechanics. Here's to Maple. You may want to turn off this stream. Again, I want to reiterate that I think it's a great game, and I think the duality dice system is incredible and amazing. I would structure and build things a little bit differently. I don't know how I would quote unquote balance this. I mean, balance is still a thing. I know that you can't, it doesn't really matter, but internal balance against other players, making sure other people don't feel bad, about someone else's ability, druid. But yeah, just make it a miss for something, I don't know, do something. Why a reroll, I just don't like it. I do like this idea though of having these different circles of summons. And by the way, I don't mind. Here's the problem. Here's the thing. I don't mind that you are summoning spirits, not like eidolons, right? Or monsters. Okay? That's fine. But what does that have to do with the blood domain? The blood domain seemed to be the most physically intense, thing that we've seen. It's all about, the power of living, beings, blood, physical. And here we have fate spirits. We're not even marking hit points to summon them. It just seems, I don't understand why this is blood. So, any case, $33 coming in from Lord Kyler and for Maple. Love the bones of this game. Wish some of the content was better thought out. Still hope to see your content for it someday. Maybe once I get a meds. Have you looked into the Daggerheart compatible The New Unknown sci-fi content? I have not looked into The New Unknown at all. I'm sorry to say. I have looked at a couple of the what's that one? Is it a pirate one? I don't remember which one it was, but I have looked at. I've seen a couple of the other ones. I mean, some of the ideas are very cool. But all in all, I appreciate the support for the pup, and I appreciate you. Yes, I think this game has incredible DNA, and I think the ideas of it are very structured and very strong. And I still believe that PBTA can set us free. And I think that this mechanic, this duality die mechanic, is a really amazing evolution of the PBTA mechanic. So, Derek is salty today. I'm not salty today. Auto hit as a game, it doesn't seem like a game anymore. If you think that auto hitting makes something not a game, may I introduce you to chess? I think a lot of people would disagree with you there, Marcus. Some people might even say that rolling dice makes it less of a game and more of a casino, more of a gamble. So I'm extra salty lately. No, I'm not. I'm not extra salty lately. I mean, hold on a sec. You guys are okay. Last couple of streams, we talked about heroic deeds. Loved it. That was my last stream. We played EverQuest Legends. I loved it. I love that they remade the game with the quality of life. It's incredible. Our One Wing actual plays, some of the most fun I've been having in years. Twilight Sword. I loved it. I thought that game was an awesome smash hit. I thought they nailed it. The evolution of it. Stone Top. Absolutely love it. It's incredible. Nightcon. Absolutely loved it. Incredible. Pico. It was a little weird. We knew that going in, but fundamentally we thought it was really clever and well made together. And I liked the way that the stress system worked, where you could just mark out tracks, but then you had those stopping points in order to sort of represent sort of break points within the track progression. I thought that was very clever. Stone Top. Crows. Not a lot to go on, but there's a lot of promise there. And I like that they're taking their power dice engine system and they're evolving from it. Stone Top. Okay, there's a lot of Stone Top, I'm not gonna lie. I'm going back now. We're all the way back into April now, by the way. Last Arcs, Tactics Analog. Yes, it was a sponsored stream, but I was blown away by how cool it was. It was 3rd edition, but cleaned up. A lot of quality of life improvements, and I thought it was really good. TactiQuest, I think it's really cool. I think it's an amazing game, and I think it's incredibly put together. Speaking of games that don't have this, anything like that. Across 1,000 Dead Worlds. That was the one that I thought was a little strange, because you hop into, like, the magic spaceship that zips you out across the universe and you don't have any controls on your ship. That one I thought was a little weird. So, yeah, I don't think I've been salty at all. I'm salty now. Let's see here. Listen to how salty he is. I'm being salty about not being salty. Good night, Germanin. Aaron baited me. Anyways, would it be too much crunch to give the summoner a summons list? Yes. 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 It would be. And I would not want to deal with that, to be clear. No, Copper Blint. Oh, maybe it was. I mean, look, I like a lot. See, I don't remember. I thought that was Coriolis, but you might be right. That might have been Across 1,000 Dead Worlds. In which case, I really did like that game. Well, I like that part of the game. I didn't like that you hopped into like the auto ship. That part I didn't like. All right. Anyways, Summoner. All the normal background stuff. All the normal. Oh, can I also say something else? I don't like that these are all the same. This is a huge design opportunity space, and they do nothing with it. For Salty Derek, this is why I turn it. Thank you, Zywervin. So Zywervin, thank you for your Canadian, your toonie, but not thank you for your smoke. The Canadian wildfires are absolutely destroying my state today and tomorrow, I think, as well. Yeah, they played around with it a little bit with the brawler, right? You could expand your combo dice or whatever. But I think full stop. I think these should almost be unique to the class. For sure. So I think it's a massive, I think this is an incredible game design space, and just, yeah. Every class already has a custom sheet, Magus. And it's on the sheet. So it's not even like you're like requiring people to have to keep going back to the book or whatever like that, you know? Yeah. Anyways. I think this is just, you know, with more time with the game. I just think this is just, and also, you know, since we did our initial whatever look at Daggerheart, you know, we did spend a lot of time. I did spend a lot of time, right, thinking and talking and doing all that stuff about, you know, about Nightheart and you know, all the different stuff that we talked about with like you know, the different domains, and you know, you guys remember all this, right? Like, you know, we were talking about the 12 domains and 12 levels and whatever, you know. So in thinking about that, I was like, wow, what a huge space to this. Yes, by the way, there could be some that are standardized, Rivener. There could be some that are standardized. But yeah, that seems reasonable. So one of the biggest problems with the Summoner is that you finally have a game where you can actually have a Summoner and not have it be broken. The problem, as anyone who's ever played 3rd edition D&D or whatever has known as Pathfinder, is that action economy is king, and if you summon a bunch of monsters or even summon an additional monster, it breaks the game. It gives, even if it didn't break the game, it gives one player 2 turns instead of 1. Or you have a game like Pathfinder 2nd edition, which creates this incredibly weird set of mechanics, just like split your 1 turn amongst you and your summon and your Eidolon, and it's a whole mess. And of course, there's like the Pathfinder 1 or 3rd edition problem where, you know, you summon, I don't know what it's like in 5th edition, but in 3rd edition of Pathfinder 1, you know, it's like, oh, I summon 4 celestial dire lions, and now I get to take 5 turns, and now we outnumber the enemies 2-1. But this game doesn't have an initiative order. So you can summon a monster, and you can summon 20 monsters, and it doesn't matter because you're not going to get 20 turns. It's still a conversation. We still go back and forth. So you finally actually do have a summoner that can, you know, summon something, and then, and you know, like, and then of course you might have some simulations. People are like, no, it's fucked up. I should be able to get to go twice as often as everybody else. It's like, no, that is the problem with the game. That's why you can't have a summoner and not have it be fucked up and broken. But it doesn't matter because it's a spotlight system. So you can have a bunch of creatures, and you might have, like, you know, oh, like my flock of birds is attacking that monster. And it's like, yeah, the rest of my flock of birds are doing stuff all over the battlefield, but we don't care about that. We only worry about what's going on with the spotlight right now and right here. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get 20 turns and everybody else is only going to get one. And so ironically, in a PBTA, in a spotlight-based non-initiative, traditional initiative order system, you actually have the ability to really do a summoner and do it well and not have it break not only the game, but break everybody else's fun by monopolizing the game's action economy. Anyways, so we have two subclasses. We have necromancy and thurgery. So necromancy is necromancy, which is a little weird because, like, wouldn't that be dread? It feels like necromancer should be dread. And then it's like we're blood summoning corpses. I don't know. Well, now we can summon shambling corpses, and we get to use our second circle. I don't necessarily know that I associate blood with necromancy either. Not really. Summoning to me is different than necromancy, but this is again just a. Yep. Dread is also very confused as to what it is. It's just, again, it's just emo edgelord, you know. Yes, demon summoning. Now, demon summoning I could get behind. So make a spellcasting roll against a target within far range. On a success, your shambling corpses move to attack the target, dealing 5 damage for each shambling corpse before returning to you. 1 shambling corpse disappears and then disappears. So this is actually good. This is how you should do summoning, right? So you summon a bunch of corpses, and then you can just kind of go make them all attack, you know? Grim Harvest. When an adversary within far range marks its last hit point, you can summon a shambling corpse without stress. Also cool. Again, evil as fuck, but cool. So I like that. But is it summoner? I don't know. I don't. It's a little weird to me. Third circle, ghosts. Fourth circle, Death Knight. So summoner specialization, you now get a third circle, which is your ghosts. When you have any ghosts summon, your evasion is +1. And you can make a spellcast roll against a target. On a success, you lose a ghost and it marks a stress. This is a, you know, it's kind of meh. +1 to evasion and maybe make someone mark a stress. Death Knight. You can summon a Death Knight in your 4th circle. When you succeed on any attack roll with hope, you can instead succeed with fear. You cause your Death Knight to rush your target. You add 2d12 to your attack's damage, and then it returns to you. I'm getting like strong like MMO vibes, you know, where it's like your pet is like attacks and then returns to you. I don't know why this whole and then it returns to you thing, it needs to keep happening. When you take severe damage, the Death Knight takes 1 of the hit points instead, and then it disappears. Okay. I like this mechanic. I just don't know what this has to do with this particular class or domains that it has. Like, how is necromancy not dread? That's weird. Yeah, like a hunter kill command. Yeah, Cinnabos. Exactly. Thurgery. Thurgery summons angels, archangels, and a divine manifestation. So this is like the good summoner. You can now summon angels. While you have angels, you get advantage on presence rolls. And if you succeed with hope, you can command an angel to deal an extra d10 magic damage, and then it disappears. Okay. With my blood spike. You see, it's just like, what kind of angels are these? I'm going to blood harpoon somebody, and then my angel's going to come over there and smack them with hope. It's a very weird mix for me. I'm having a hard time with it. You can summon archangels. While you have any archangels summoned, the extra damage of your hopeful strike is D12 instead of D10. And again, you know. Heavenly aid. You can command an archangel to do one of the following. Fly you or an ally within very close range to a location, or help an ally without spending hope, and then it disappears. Thematically, I think this is fine. I mean, again, going from D10 to D12 feels good. It doesn't do anything, you know. Thurgery. You can summon one divine manifestation as your fourth circle. When you summon a divine manifestation, place 3 extra hope dice on this card. Ooh, neat. When you make an action roll or a reaction roll, you can roll and expend 1 hope die from this card along with your normal hope die and use the hope die with the highest result. I mean, that's a cool mechanic. So, yeah. The summoner is okay. I like the idea of using your summons as resources. I just don't necessarily know that I agree with the domains, is really what it comes down to. A lot of it comes down to themes and vibes, and, you know, that's important. You know, everyone who's like, oh, I want to have it be real summons that can, like, you know, break the game and let me do a lot of different things and all that. That's exactly the problem. That's why we can't have nice things. There is no reason why this couldn't just be a subclass for other people. But then you start going down that line, right? And you start getting into the whole, like, why do we even need classes? Why can't you just pick abilities and domains, you know? So there's always that. Yeah, I could imagine people not loving the theme, you know. So if you are level 10, you have 10 summons around you at very close. Yeah, so if we go back to the summoner here. So what happens is you spend a stress and you summon a number of entities equal to your tier, which is 4, and you can hold a total number of entities equal to your level. So at level 10, you could mark 2 stress in theory, and you would get 8 entities, and you could have up to 10, you know, and as some die off or whatever like that, you can, you know, and again, summon entities stay within very close range and perform harmless tasks and cannot be targeted. And again, that's fine if we're talking about like little wispy spirits that are sort of, you know, swirling around us. But the whole maintain within very close range becomes very weird when you start giving them this physicality like we do with the shambling corpses or the Death Knight or the Angels, where they have to like run off, attack a monster, and then run back to you. That's very strange to me. Kyojin's like, that's the hack I want. No classes, no domains, no rules. Wait, what would a no classes and no domains be? So, any case, I don't even care about range even remotely. At all. The crit roll theater kids are definitely going to love this blood vampire shit. Oh, they are going to definitely love the blood vampire shit. Mike Underwood expressed interest in designing a classless Daggerheart. Yeah, the problem with a classless Daggerheart is that does that mean that the domains have to do even more heavy lifting? Right? That's the problem I have. Yep, that's exactly right, Calcifer. The circles is where you write down how many of that resource you have. The problem, Kiwi Sensei, is like you're assuming that you're even using a battlefield. Like, I mean, Daggerheart isn't necessarily even designed to be played, right? Like on a grid. You know what I mean? Like, I think summons should be ephemeral and abstract. So also, if you're getting to do things and you're not having to use the spotlight, then that's unfair because it means you are getting the spotlight just without having to take the spotlight. Also, the spotlight mechanic is terrible and should be discarded entirely. You should just have a conversation, and that's it. The spotlight itself is not a bad concept. The fact that they have rules for it, I think, is terrible. Anyways. So they re-upped the Bloodhunter, which is blood and bone. I don't recall enough about the original Bloodhunter to know what changes they made. But here we have spending 3 hope from a blood malediction when an adversary succeeds on an attack roll within close range to make them re-roll with disadvantage. Okay, I guess that's the thing that the Bloodhunter can do. It is nice as a player to be able to go, no, re-roll. But then, of course, they re-roll and then they roll better, you know? Oh, it was blood and blade. Now it's blood and bone. Okay, you've convinced me. You are a terrible advocate for this game. Fair enough. Crimson Rite. Mark a hit point to enchant one of your active weapons with bloodthirsty power until your next rest or use this feature again. It deals extra magic damage. Okay, well, we like it, right? Marking hit points is cool. That feeds into the blood domain. We like that. But again, it's a chip amount of damage. We're just rolling more dice to roll more dice. It has all the problems I have with damage dice rolling mechanics. Grim Psychometry. Make a success. This is your hunter ability, right? Which is very, very specific, right? To this very specific niche class, right? Which is totally reasonable, by the way. But it's very, I mean, this is exactly what a Bloodhunter should have. I'm just, you know, it's very niche in that respect. Again, we get the standard ordinary tier up advancements, and then we get the Order of the Spectre and the Order of the Mutant and the Order of the Lycan. So we could be a Spectre, in which case, when you succeed on an action roll with fear, you can spend a hope to clear a stress. That does not seem like a good resource exchange. I think Bloodhunter is extremely narrow and highly super specific. Maybe for like a very specific campaign frame, but as like one of the generic classes in the game, absolutely is far too specific, far too narrow. Veilwalker, you can briefly slip into the realm between the living and the dead. Mark a stress to move up to close range through creatures and objects. This is a foundational ability. So a foundational ability of the Order of the Spectre is that you can slip into the realm between the living and the dead and move through creatures and move through people and walls. I mean, respect for giving you some hardcore abilities right from the rip. But I will say that's a pretty potent foundational ability. You're not even you're just marking a stress. Then it just gets further. And then Horror Honed, you cannot be vulnerable until all your stress is marked. That's kind of cool. Or you can go into a full spectral form. And when you would mark your last stress, when you would mark your last hit point, you instead enter a spectral form. And now you can move completely through your ghost, basically. You take resistance to physical damage. You can move through all physical matter. And now when you would lose hit points, you mark a stress. That's pretty cool. So I like this, actually. That's really neat. I mean, I think this is very powerful, but it's very flavorful, and I don't care what it's not a game where you're trying to win. It's a game where you're trying to tell stories and do cool things. And you're a blood hunter, and this guy can, like, you know, turn into like a quasi ghost, and that's kind of cool. You slip between the realm of the living and the dead. Neat. But again, I don't know how much that feels like blood to me. You know, I don't know. I feel blood is so much more tied to like real things, you know, not spectral things. Hey, Captain Smitty, thank you. I have to catch the VOD, but Dagger hype. No, this is actually for you, Derek and the Pop. Love all you do. Thanks for bringing us all these RPGs. I appreciate you, Captain Smitty. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah, I just being ghost and then blood, it doesn't, I don't know. It seems kind of weird to me. I love this concept. I just, again, I'm having a hard time. I don't necessarily, I'm not a huge Witcher fan or anything like that, so I'm not quite sure what his skill set was, but yeah. Order of the Mutant. So you are sort of a alchemically enhanced individual. When you finish a rest, you can drink a toxin. They give you a +1 to one trait and a -1 to a different trait. In addition, you can have celerity. If you become restrained or vulnerable, you can mark a stress to end the condition. Or your armor score is increased by 2. Or you have hunter senses, and you can get advantage to track creatures, and you can see in complete darkness. And similar to like what we saw with the witch, right, where they kind of expand their potion options, their alchemical options. We get improved mutagens, getting more options. Now we can choose, whenever we would mark a stress, we can spend 2 hope. We can increase our evasion. We can increase our severe damage threshold. And we get 2 mutagen benefits, but we have to mark a hit point. And then lastly, we have mastered mutagens, getting Aether Blood, allowing us to see into the ethereal plane. We have Steel Flesh, getting a major damage threshold bonus equal to our proficiency. And whenever we make an attack, we can mark a stress to gain a bonus to the roll equal to our proficiency. So I think this is very thematic, very cool. Ironically, this feels more blood-oriented to me than, this feels more blood and bone to me than the other one. So, this idea of this kind of like unstable individual. And again, it's very edge dark, very grim dark, very edgy, very anti-hero. Not my personal vibe. That's just me being biased up against that kind of aesthetic in fantasy. But yeah. And then lastly, we have the Order of the Lycan. So obviously you're sort of a quasi werewolf type thing, which feels a bit weird now that transformations are in the are in the deck or in the game. But you can enter a lupine hybrid form, mark a stress to enter that form until all your stress is marked or the scene. I mean, I think this is the loop. This basically kind of sort of is the werewolf form. When you gain hope in the hybrid form, mark a stress. And then once per rest, you can place a domain card into your vault, then clear a number of stress equal to the card's recall focus. So again, remember, you can kind of lose your abilities in order to keep your stress high. I do like the idea of using your cards as a resource mechanically. I think that's a really interesting idea. And then we get improvement, by the way. It goes from a D4 bonus to a D6 bonus to D8 bonus. Katam says, actually, Derek, I read on this on Reddit. The hybrid form and the werewolf transformation can stack. Ugh. I know that they're different. But that's stupid. So this class just feels like a grab bag of 3 different unrelated subclasses. And that is exactly correct. This is top-down design. This is people going, let's give people as many options from their favorite IP or trope that we can, and let's just shove it into this class. And so, like, how do we make the sort of grim monster hunter mercenary type? And let's look across fiction and find examples of that, and then we'll put a subclass in for each one. And that is why it feels tonally inconsistent. That being said, I do like all 3 of these, actually. Like, mechanically, I think on their own, it's not like you're mixing subclasses. So as far as your game is concerned, all Bloodhunters are Order of the Spectre. All Bloodhunters are Order of the Mutant. All Bloodhunters are Order of the Lycan. Yeah. I mean, I think that's, that's fine. And to be clear, again, what are we doing here? If I was sitting down to play Daggerheart with somebody and they're like, oh, I want to be a Bloodhunter, Order of the Lycan. Are you going to allow transformations? And I go, well, maybe. And they go, cool. I want to be a werewolf. And I would be like, I would look at them. I would look at them and I would just go, What's wrong with you? By the way, Tom says in the previous version, that's what I thought. Okay, Tom, I wasn't crazy. I was like, it feels like you should just get the transformation card. And it sounds like in the previous version, you just got the transformation card, which is cool. I actually think that's way cooler. I think that's way more, right. But yeah, I mean, like I would just look at them very long, and I would look at them long enough that they would become uncomfortable, And I get it. Like everybody is just trying to recreate their favorite, they're trying to create some OC, right, from their favorite IP. And that's fine. I mean, there's a lot of different reasons that people play role-playing games. And one of them, which I don't play role-playing games for, is this idea of being like this immersion, right? And you can be like, I want to be this character from this world. And I want to be that character. Like in real life, if I could, I would be that character. I can't, so I'm going to play a role-playing game instead. And that's just not me. So, some of this appeal is lost on me. But I think this is cool. And again, I have no problem with this class mechanically. I just don't necessarily know how like the only one of these that feels appropriate to me to be like Spectre doesn't feel appropriate to me to be Blood. Like this feels like this should be Midnight. Those blood domain abilities don't really feel like they make a whole lot of sense here, but like Mutant, Lycan, absolutely. I think that's really cool, But mechanically on their own, each subclass I think is a really cool fantasy, and it has really cool mechanics that support it. I particularly like this Order of the Spectre one. I love this spectral form one. That's very cool. And I love that this is, it's a real power. I mean, you're getting something really cool right from the rip. In fact, it's so powerful that the specialization feature is kind of lame. It's like they kind of gave you the good stuff up front. You kind of got it on layaway, and then you kind of get a nothing burger for your specialization, because you kind of got your cool ability early, then maybe earlier than you should. But I respect that a little bit. I just don't know. I get them. I mean, you got to make some complaints somewhere, but yeah. But right, the Spectre isn't isn't Blood at all. Again, I think the Spectre should be Midnight. And then, of course, this raises the question of like, well, should classes be, should different subclasses have different domains and whatever, and blah, blah. So that's where we're at with the Void. Overall, they are doing things with the game that I think are interesting. I don't like them. So that's my personal bias, because I don't like the anti-hero, vampire, dark fantasy type character. That's not my jam. That's not what I do. And with the focus, with the first two domains coming out being, Dread, and like the book is called Hope and Fear, and the domain they added was Dread. Well, what's the Hope domain? What Hope domain did they add? Right? They didn't. It's just Dread. And then now we have Blood. And so it's just like, for me, there's a direct, now I know what they're saying, like, oh, don't worry, we're going to add slice of life, cozy domains. I don't want that either. I don't want to play, Wanderhome, Daggerheart either. I just want to play, normal fantasy Daggerheart, and I do think also too that like something like, for me, like something like the Bloodhunter is a very interesting fan. It's not a fantasy I care about, but I also feel like that's going to be part of the core game. Not like, oh, it's some secondary thing tied to one campaign frame. Like, no, like there's only going to be like, whatever, like 15 classes in the game. And one of them is going to be, it's like, warrior, generic warrior, generic wizard, Bloodhunter. Not a hunter. Not a Bloodhunter. It's like, it's very specific, especially when there's a domain called Blood. So I think that part is, is kind of, vampire shit is real. I mean, again, we talked about this too, like with Castle Ravenloft. And again, I understand, like, not only is that where like the 5e audience is, right? Everyone in 5e loves anti-heroes. They love edgy characters. They love Curse of Strahd. They love vampires. They love tieflings. But the Critical Role crew is very anti-hero, edgy. They make, you know, characters that are, you know, impolite, but they get the job done, and they, you know, they whatever, and they're flawed, and they're, you know, full of issues and drama. And even their Daggerheart actual play, right, is Age of Umbra, a dark, forsaken world inspired by Elden Ring and other, you know, grim, doom, dark type stuff. Very cool. Very interesting. Not my aesthetic. And so that's where I'm kind of like, man, you know, it's like, oh, I feel like I should make something. Because now I feel like, okay, I do have something different to say. Before it was like, okay, I'm making something different, but why? Now it feels like, okay, I do have something different to say. It's different direction from what the game is going, and I think it would be interesting to do as well. Now that being said, again, I'm such a wuss, right? Like, I love playing the One Ring because, like, if you even like do a naughty thing, you get a shadow point. So it's like, you were bad. Well, the Brawler is in Hope and Fear, but the Brawler is not like tied to a new domain or anything. I think the Brawler looks cool though. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know where we're at with Daggerheart. You know, it's been over a year. There has been, you know, we're still waiting for the one and only release. We're getting the second short micro campaign from Darrington Press now. We know that there's a bunch of stuff. They hired Chris Perkins. They hired Jeremy Crawford. They hired Keith Baker. They hired half a dozen people. The team went from being like 3 people to apparently like 15 people. But it's also kind of difficult to understand, in my opinion, like where the game is actually headed and what they want to do. I kind of forgot about the assassin myself, Copperblint. And again, I don't, you know, I mean, I will say, I mean, you know, it was all clickbait anyways, but like, you know, everyone's like, will Daggerheart take out Dungeons and Dragons? I mean, there was a lot of people like, no, of course not, you know, but it's like, maybe, well, now the answer is most definitely no. But it's a great game, and it's struggling, I think, to find its place, you know.
Aaron's tip $25. Here's some spending money to buy some more salt, lol.
Well, joke's on you, Aaron. I just repurchased a new 5-pound bag of Diamond Kosher salt last week, so I am full up on salt. Yeah, it's chronically misunderstood as a game. The license is not great. The restriction on the digital platform is not great. And yeah, I mean, it's yeah. Again, it's you know, it's the Xennial that was valedictorian of their high school class and then struggled a little bit in college and now lives at home, you know. The TLDR is I like the Blood Domain when they got it right. When they didn't get it right, I'm like, what is this? Just magic blood stuff? It doesn't even make sense. It should have focused mechanically on marking hit points, unmarking hit points, spending hit points as a resource. That being said, I don't know what the Blood Domain has anything to do with the Sorcerer. The Sorcerer is a cool idea, but I don't know necessarily that I 100% love the way it's implemented. Although, again, I like that they're not really focusing on like actually having you know, have little different stat blocks. I think that's way too much, and I don't think that anything should be that fiddly in Daggerheart. And then the Bloodhunter is cool, but it's very niche, and it's going to be one of the core classes, you know? Like, imagine if I was like, oh yeah, my game is really, really simple, right? You have a warrior, right? A priest, a mage, a rogue, and a vine warden. And you're like, wait, what are your classes? And you're like, warrior, wizard, or mage, priest, rogue, and I don't know, red vine warden, red mantis assassin. And you're like, that seems very specific. And so that's my only problem with it. And then there's the issue of personal taste, which is I don't like the, edgy, dread, blood, more blood. I summon a tree of blood that drinks from the blood, and everyone's in the blood, and we're all blooding, and it's so grim, and it's so dark, and oh god, I'm so edgy and moody, and I'm cutting myself, and I'm listening to Linkin Park while I track these foes, and people hate me because I'm so weird, and I'm a mutant, but I'm actually protecting them, and I love them, but I hate them because they hate me, and I'm gonna cut myself, and it's like Papa Roach is playing on repeat in the background, and okay, I mean, that's a vibe, that's an aesthetic, and that's just not me. I like emo music, but you'll note, no tattoos, no black fingernail paint. Ironically, wait a second, hold on a sec. On the emo cruise, they gave everybody a swag bag, and this was in the swag bag, by the way. So this is Emo's Not Dead, nail polish, black, parentheses, of course. So they did. And so I do have some black nail polish, just to be clear, okay? But only because, let's see here. I don't know what, oh, hey, thanks, Finn. I might have missed it, but how much, if any, do you think that this direction is a result of the new design? None. I don't think this has anything to do with it. I think the new designers and the new leadership at Darrington is going to take the game in a more 5e direction. I think they're going to be there to make adventures. I think they're going to bring them in to make, they're going to make what their audience wants. Their audience wants adventures. Their audience wants campaign frame paths. I really do think that's what they're going to be doing, personally. I think play to find out is dead. I think GM moves are dead. I think emergent play is dead. And I think they brought him in because they realized that their game was successful enough and it reached enough of a mainstream audience that they had to act quickly if they wanted to capitalize on it. Now, did they react quickly enough? I don't know, but, There you go. Magic says, with Crawford and Perkin doing a Ravenloft-esque book for Daggerheart, it makes me think so. Dodoborn is the best example of Daggerheart actual play I've seen. Very narrative and not just a 5e fail state. And I say this as someone who runs a YouTube channel and who also does adventure or actual plays. I don't know how most people watch most actual plays. The only difference is, in theory, at least in mine, and mine, by the way, are still not good, but at least in mine, I run them like I would run an actual game, which is to say, I'm also trying to explain to my players how the mechanics work to influence and guide the actions and the direction of the story, right? It's not just a bad theater performance, but, it's more like us playing the game. And at least I understand that, but Cinnabos says, how much for you to paint your nails? Well, there's that is definitely not a feature. Let's see what happens when I get the bill for this vet. But I will say this, I hate the smell of acetone. So if I did paint my nails, removing them would be a real bear for me. So I probably would not want to do that. Nail polish stream when I have many skills and I have many abilities, but nail polishing is not one of them. GM moves are dead. Oh, thank fucking God. Yes, GM moves are dead. It's just spotlight and adversary. That is the only move. Everything is combat. We just spotlight adversaries now. Didn't you hear that one guy on Reddit? I get recommended actual plays with elaborate setups, sounds, graphics, etc., and they have like 7 viewers. Are you talking about Knights of Last Call? No, Aaron, you are 100,000% correct. And again, I'm nobody, but I've talked to the man. I've talked to Spencer at length in person, and he gets it. You know, he gets it. He understands. You know, but he's part of a machine now. He's more a machine now, the man. Twisted and evil. No, he's not evil. But yeah, I think Spencer, you know, wants to make a super hyper narrative. We're just here to have fun and hang out in LA and play, you know, story games. But they're trying to court an audience that needs and wants something very different. No, it'd be more than that. I'm not painting my nails. Not tonight. Not tonight. No, I've been paid money for pain before. I've got enough pain in my life right now. I need money, but I also don't need more pain, you know? Yeah, I have to let the polish chip away like a real edgelord. No Squirrel Ash costume. Dude, even the AP's Darrington hosts get like no viewers. Right. And if you remember, there was a live stream where I was like, what the hell, man? I'm like, I see this live stream, I see this show, and it's sponsored by Darrington Press. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, okay, so they're getting paid, or at least, I mean, I don't know, they're not probably not getting paid a lot of money, but they're getting paid something. And I'm like, oh, okay. So are these people, I don't know who anybody is, you know, and they're like, is any of these people famous? And apparently not, because they got no viewers. I was like, well, okay, cool. Somebody said, do I not know what second monitor content is? So I am very different from most people. This may shock you. I'm very different from most people. A lot of my friends, you know, who are work from home or whatever, programmers and stuff like that, they'll say like, oh, I've seen Always Sunny in Philadelphia 750 times. You know, I have the series on repeat in the background all the time. I cannot do that. I cannot have something on the other screen. No, that is very, it actually irritates me. It bothers me a lot. I'm like, if I'm watching I like to watch a couple of streamers. They put VODs up of their streams of Magic the Gathering, and I will put it on double speed or 2.5 speed, and I will sit back and I watch it. And I watch it at, you know, I go to the coffee shop and I sit down and I watch Luis Scott Vargas draft. Or if I'm going to watch whatever video, I'm going to watch that video. If I'm going to watch a movie or a TV show, that's the only thing I'm doing. Yeah. So it's one of the 10 things on the 80. So again, I mean, this is ChatGPT, so take it with a grain of salt, but you know, it's pretty good for this stuff. So Predominantly inattentive ADHD, called ADD, is a presentation of ADHD where the main difficulties are with executive function rather than hyperactivity. Many adults with this presentation do not seem hyper, but they may appear calm, quiet, or dreamy. What this often looks like: they may walk into a room and forget why they went in there. They will start 5 projects and finish none of them. They will miss deadlines despite being intensely interested in completing the work. They will lose their keys, phone, and wallet or glasses constantly. They will have calendars, planners, and to-do lists and still forget appointments. They will feel overwhelmed by tasks if they have many steps, even if those tasks aren't especially difficult. They struggle to start boring or repetitive work, but yet will spend 8 straight hours absorbed in something they find fascinating. The DSM-5 describes symptoms such as frequently making careless mistakes, difficulty sustaining attention, not following through on tasks, poor organization, frequently losing important items, being easily distracted, forgetful in daily activities. What this feels like: adults describe it less as an inability to pay attention and more as an inability to control their attention. They might say things like, "I know exactly what I need to do, I just can't make myself start it." Or, "I forget things the moment I think about them." Or, "Everything feels equally important, I just don't know where to begin." Or, "I always feel like I'm behind." Or, "If something interests me, I can focus on it for 10 hours and not even notice the time." So, I'm not one of those people who it's like, "Oh, I didn't do anything today, I just played video games." No, I'm like, "Oh, what did I do today?" It's like, "Oh, the last time my roommate was out of town, I was like, oh, she talked about putting in a bidet because of her bowel issues." And I was like, "Okay, I'll go get a bidet. Oh, I need to run electrical to the bathroom because it plugs in because it's electrical. Oh, it needs to be a GFCI. Okay, I will route, Romex through the cable, through the wall, install a new outlet, install a new breaker, get the bidet, redo the plumbing, split off the tap, feed it into the bidet, reset the toilet, plug it in, and now it works." It's like, that's not, it's not like I'm lazy. I do things, but but I'll spend a whole day doing that. I mean, I don't give a shit. Well, I don't give a shit about bidets, but it's like, I'm really passionate about something and it's like, it's really important. And it's like, "What, did you do it?" And it's like, "No, I couldn't bring myself to do it." So it's very weird how what I will work on and what I won't work on. It's like, the more important something is, the less likely I am to do it, right? The more important something is, the less likely I am to do it. I still work just as hard. I still do something. It's not like I do nothing. It's not like I waste my day. Again, I don't even have a television. I don't have I don't have Netflix. I don't watch movies. I don't watch TV shows. Okay. I just have a hard time focusing on things that are important. Anyways, so Zalwervin says, "Ha, as an electrician, based on the bidet wiring description, I have to say you're a lot better than a lot of our apprentices." Well, thank you, Zalwervin. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, if I can run basic, I can run basic electrical, more or less. I mean, mostly for me, it's just making sure, right, that it's the right gauge wire, that it's the right Romex, that it's, run correctly and with the right, I mean, it's not like I got it certified, but, that I'm following some sort of electrical standard regarding of, change. Yes, it's Hal changing a light bulb. That's a great episode, and that's exactly what it is. And then she comes home and she's like, "You didn't even do anything." And he's like, "I worked all day." Yeah, so very hard, 6 different unfinished projects, very common. Yeah, I mean, it was a great episode. I can't remember the exact details of it, but he just keeps finding a new problem, and he's working all day, and then Lois is still mad at him because he never did the one thing that he was, quote, supposed to do, but he did work on everything else, Oh, no. what I find to be important, Kendall, what I find to be important. To be clear, there's also like biochemically, it apparently has to do something with the fact that you are, you're downregulated in dopamine, and dopamine is the reward hormone. And if you don't get a fixation off of dopamine, you will instead get a fixation off of adrenaline or norepinephrine or whatever. And so I perform better in stressful situations than I do in not stressful situations. This has been true since I've been a kid, through school, through even my job or my employment, right? I like to say I work better under stress. But what it really is that I'm motivated, but I'm motivated by the wrong chemical, right? I'm motivated by adrenaline. It's almost like I'm an adrenaline junkie for getting things done. And I'm not motivated by that sense of accomplishment that you get from, doing the thing that you're supposed to do. I don't care about it. So there's no like chemical reward. I mean, there's other elements to it too. Psychology isn't just hormones. We are humans, but anyways, we have some mental faculties. But anyways, that is what I have learned. But I'm obviously going to go see my professional about it rather than just be some armchair doctor, right? Yeah, but it's not about motivation, right? You have the motivation to do it. You're not lazy and you're not unmotivated. It's just that you don't have the ability to command your ship, It's a powerful ship. You just don't have the ability to steer it in the direction that you want to go. Copper Blint, I'm also exceptionally good. The quadrant theory, right? Where you have urgent and important tasks, right? So something's urgent and important. Something is important, but not urgent. Something could be urgent, but not important, or something could be not urgent and not important. So like someone giving you a to-do it could be urgent, but it's not really important. As important as in like to you, your well-being, your growth. I'm very good at doing those texts, at those kind of tasks. Obviously, if something's important and urgent, I get it done. I'm responsible. I'm capable of the quadrant I have a hard time with is things that are important, meaning again to me, but they aren't urgent, right? There's no one shouting, there's no gun to my head. And it's something I know is important, and I know it's good for me, and I know it's important for my development, my well-being. But because it's just for me, it's like I don't have that ability to initiate. It's like it feels selfish, or it feels, I don't know. It's a complicated issue, obviously. Yeah, the Eisenhower matrix. Yeah, I mean, Adderall could be one of them. There's Ritalin as well. I mean, Adderall is amphetamine based, and I know it's not like amphetamine as in, I mean, it is amphetamine as in like methamphetamine, but it is obviously a little bit, different. Drugs are drugs. All drugs are drugs, right? So, yeah, and I don't necessarily think that the solution is always just medicinal. However, that being said, I will say, as someone who takes great pride in being kind of in control of my faculties, 2 years ago after the fire, when I was in Vegas and I had my first panic attack and became aware of what was happening and got a very clean bill of health and was very aware of what was happening. My inability to control my panic, despite having full mental awareness of exactly what my condition was, exactly how it functioned, it was like, it didn't matter how smart I was. All right. I had the knowledge, but I did not have the understanding to control it. And so I kind of realized that there's a point where willpower is bullshit, right? Self-confessed in it. Great. Thank you. but lately the conversation about Derek's faculties and failings has been pretty brutal. Back to Daggerheart for a second. One thing that was wild to me was the interview where they were talking about subclasses on the Bloodhunter versus Summer. They said something to the effect of drum roll. Wow. I don't have a drum roll. Oh, I do. Oh, I was hoping he would respond by now. I guess I was too fast. I mean, the character limit. You're right. How could I forget? Oh. Anyways, so we'll never know what it says. Is there a world where the summoner could have been a class with a range of subclasses, but they decided to go in this direction instead? My take, massive L. Yeah. Like, you mean like a summoner, like with different domains, you mean? Not just blood and splendor? I mean, I like mechanically, I kind of like what they're doing with the summon concept. I just don't like that it's tied to those two domains. The blood domain thing is lost on me entirely. So, I mean, again, there's sometimes and there's some I get it. Like all games end up placing you into some sort of, niche. And I do think that classes have a value and domains have a value, believe it or not. I know some people are like, I want no restrictions, no rules, I want to be able to do whatever I want and take whatever I want, but yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, well, one thing that we haven't really talked about is like, what if instead of classes, it was just something that like, is there a world where you have things that you just multi-class into, right? And I know that's a problem because then you don't get the, like, I was it from level 1, right? You get like the 5e subclass problem or something or whatever. But like the idea that you have, Pathfinder 2, right? Where you have these concepts that, and in fact, we say this about a lot of the classes in Pathfinder 2, should have been an archetype, right? So I don't necessarily know that you necessarily need a different class. It could just be a subclass that isn't connected to any class. You only multi-class into it somehow. I don't know. Like, I don't know if that makes a ton of sense, but I think that is a space. Yeah, like it could be like a prestige class, basically, or a form of multi-classer, But I think that would be more interesting, right? Because then you could be like a wizard who uses the multi-class rules to go into, a prestige class, right? And that way you don't have a core class. Yeah, right. Yes. Shocking. 3rd edition was fucking goated. Also, EverQuest Legends multi-classic for every game. Yeah. Also, keep in mind that in the core Daggerheart, you don't get to multi-class until tier 3, which is at level 5, which is halfway through the game. In Daggerheart, ding, which is 12 levels, you get to multi-class at level 4, which is only 1 level earlier. But because the game goes to 12, it's a third of the way through the game rather than, or I should say, it's 25% of the way through the game, rather than 50% of the way through the game. And I really like the Pathfinder 2 thing. So we talked about this months ago, right? Where we talked about the idea of multi-class only feature sets, right? You could even have domain. You could even have what's the word I'm looking for? do they have a word? I get abilities or spells. I think is what they're. I think all. No, I guess there's code. Right? Is that cards? Right? Cards. So all cards are domain. All cards are ability spells. I think are codices right now. Right? Codex. I think those are the 3 types that we have. Right? Ability, spell, codex. Could you have cards that are expressly connected to just one of these prestige classes? It's not a domain. It's just connected to that card. You know? Grimoire. That's it. It's not called a codex. It's called a grimoire. You're right. Thank you, Aaron. I love the grimoires, by the way. I think that's such a cool card type. But anyways, yeah, so and instead of having a fully fleshed out thing, right? So like what's a classic, I don't know, what's a classic like prestige class from 3rd edition or whatever like that? Like, I don't know, Order of the Bow Initiate or something like that. So you have like Order of the Bow Initiate, and it's a, you know, it's a prestige multi-class or a prestige advancement or something like that. And it has 2 or 3 cards associated with it, you know, that you can take or that you get or something like that. And that way you're gaining those abilities as cards, but you can only get them. They don't have to be, you don't have to make a whole new domain like the way they did with some of these fucking blood, like what they did with blood. And now they feel like they need to make classes tied to the blood domain because they don't want to just have one domain for one class. And I don't blame them. But couldn't the Bloodhunter have somehow just been, I don't know, blade and something else, and then you get a couple of these blood abilities, and wouldn't that have been fine? I don't know, you know? And does it really need to be a full class? Couldn't it have just been a prestige class? Feels like it could have been, should have been. I'm much more of a fan of the Shadow of the Weird Wizard / Shadow of the Demon Lord. What's another class? Well, EverQuest 2 also did this originally, EverQuest 2, which is where you have this progression of generic classes that get more and more specific. And I like that. You know, I like generic classes that you then focus in on. Instead of being like, no. From level 1, I am a guy who takes animals and turns them into arrows, and I shoot them on a bow that is made of lightning, right? That's got to be my class. What class is that? I don't know. Let's see. Class that turns animals into arrows and shoots them on a bow made of lightning. Let's see what ChatGPT gives us for that. Oh, you could be the wild archer. You could be the beast binder. The chimeric bowman. Anyways, point is, my point is that doesn't need to be a class, and yet this is what happens with games, right? They end up with 38 classes, and some of the classes are just so hyper niche and so hyper specific, and it's like it's just to serve this one very hyper specific fantasy. And I don't necessarily know that you need to like engage the entire mechanics of your game system just to be able to do that, right? Hell, imagine if there was some character option that you could connect into, and all it did was give you new options on this lists, right? So you're a warrior, straight up, but because you're a warrior, blah, 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 you get new advancement options on your lists, on your level up lists that other warriors wouldn't get, right? And that way, as you level up, you get to, you know, tick, tick, tick. You know, so again, I think there's a lot of different, you know, ways to do it. To be clear, I don't want subclass splat. I'm okay with this idea of a prestige subclass or a prestige multi-class or whatever we're talking about. But yeah, I don't want to have a warrior with 17 subclasses. I don't want that for sure. I can't. Yeah, archetypes are great, and one of the completely beautiful things that I think, in fact, classic Pathfinder 2 did really smart things, like the way they did rituals and the way they did archetypes, and then they promptly ignored them, which is like the classic, right? Where they're like, oh, there's this really cool problem, there's this really significant problem. How do we solve it? Oh, we did it this way. That's brilliant. That's intelligent. Yeah, so then we never used it. We just made new classes and we made a ton of spells that nobody takes. A thousand ways to do it, and just Derek despises all. No, there's good ways to do things and bad ways to do things. That's all. And yeah, I think that classes are archetypes. Yeah, Marcus, this is well said. Classes are archetypes, and so they should be more generic. That's how I feel as well. I mean, that's usually what they do, Severed Ronin. That's kind of like the play test, playbook, right? You make something really, really, weak, and then people, are like, oh, it'd be cool. And then they make it cooler. And then when it releases, people are excited because it was lame and now it's cool. I don't know. Tom, you know why Paizo are like that? Because customers are like that. Because people want new classes, Tom. Because people want to be that thing and only that thing. And they want to be that thing from level 1, and they want to make their special snowflake, and they don't want to just be a warrior. They want to be a Bloodhunter. Priest. Easy. We are missing this archetype. Priest, white mage archetype. There's really no priest or white mage. Also, we are missing this. A martial, non-magical rogue. Something that a lot of people feel very passionately about, by the way. Right? So we have we can have kind of like a city social, like Gray Mouser type rogue that, uses like a little bit of magic to lace their words with magical power and maybe be a little bit of a slick magical sly person. But then we can also have more of what I would call the Assassin's Creed rogue, right? That is more like, because nowadays when people think of a rogue, they're really just thinking of a fighter with daggers. Right. a sneaky fighter with daggers. That's what they're really thinking of. They don't steal shit. They fucking are a murder fucking master who kills 30 dudes. They're really a fighter with daggers and who can hide. So this is this. So the cunning and prowess domains are both martial domains. So this would be a martial rogue. And you can see it's called the stab class. Anyways, so I think that is missing. And then the priest white mage is, and also that's also why my sorcerer is the domains of elements and chaos, not midnight, for no particular reason. Anyways, stretch. The crazy thing about this domain is that there's Daggerheart has just been in the background. I mean, again, so again, there's a lot of top-down design in this. Right? Which is, again, each ability score is used twice, and each ability score is used once above the x-axis, and it's used once below the x-axis. Then it's used once left on the y-axis and right of the y-axis. So the idea is that there is a balance of abilities by domain representation as well, so that you have that kind of mechanical symmetry. So there's kind of a reflection. There's a left-right symmetry, and then there's a top-down symmetry, basically, is the way it works. Well, Magus, my idea would be that we probably wouldn't add many new domains. If we would not add domains at all. We could do subdomain circles. Okay, so we could make a new domain circle, like a satellite circle. Like we might make like a domain triangle. Okay, or we might make like a but then we could also do those like, we don't need a new domain for this. It just needs 3 cards. It just needs 4 cards. Like a good example of this would be let me see if do I have it? I don't think I downloaded it yet here. It's so dumb. I don't even want to talk about it. What am I looking up here? Oh, it's on drive-thru. That's it. Okay, I gotta go get it from drive-thru RPG. I just want to show you something. It's just an example from Fabula Ultima. And there's other minor little things that we did here. Like, for example, I'm not against the idea that the Splendor domain is for the wizard. I'm not like one of those people that absolutely hates it, but I do kind of, I prefer this look. So this is Fabula Ultima's new bestiary. It's gorgeous, by the way. Oh, which reminds me, I have important news that I'm going to drop here on this stream. I just want to show something here. I gotta find where it is. Maybe it's... Oh, here it is. Okay. So there are 7 main elemental types in Fabula Ultima, but they're not in a circle. Okay. Like Bolt is strong against bananas, which is air. Bolt is strong against air. Air is strong against earth. Earth is strong against bolt. But fire and ice are on their own paradigm, and light and dark are on their own paradigm. So not everything has to fit into the circle. So that might be the primary domain circle that we have, which is this. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the only domain circle. And I would rather design things not just as, I appreciate mechanical synergies that interact with each other. Yeah, it does look like anybody who's been playing Fabula Ultima the last couple of years, we all make the banana joke. We go, it's banana damage. Like someone will say, like, oh, what kind of damage is it? Go, oh, it's banana damage. It does look like a bunch of bananas. Correct. I did do that as well, severed as well. So anyways, so I like the idea that if we were to make a new book or a new expansion for quote unquote Daggerheart, I might just come over here and we might make a new 5, very magic inspired. We might make a 5-pointed domain circle, and it's a secondary domain circle. And what would be really cool is if the domain circle itself had mechanical synergies that existed in its own domain, right? So it's like, yes, this is sort of your generic core fantasy stuff. But then you come over here and you're like, okay, these are 5 different domains linked in a circle, or maybe in a pentagram or whatever like that. But it's also the case that we get this sort of thematic tie-in that makes these domains have something that makes all 5 of these domains unique and gives them an identity, a mechanical and a flavor identity that ties them together in a way that is distinct from these. And maybe even to a point where we would say these domains maybe operate mechanically differently than the way that we traditionally think of these abilities and spells from operating. And so it's kind of like you would never mix this domain with one of these domains. They're not meant to work together, you know? So that's one of the mechanical expression ideas as well. It doesn't exist, and it probably never will. So don't get too hype on it. Do you have these? No, this is complete. Oh no, Johnny, please, no. I have nothing. Listen, Johnny, asking if I have house rules in a dock somewhere. No, Johnny, come on. I'm a dreamer, Johnny. I'm not a doer. I'm sorry. Can't wait. Tabletop nerd. What's up, buddy? Can't wait for that Kickstarter to fill one day. Now, so yeah. So, like, for example, and I'm just spitballing here, right? This is taking Kyojins. You could have a domain pairing, right? Where you have the domain. Oh, I just realized how small those are. You could have domains of body, mind, and spirit, and that could be like a domain pairing that is used for, one supplement, right? And we get 3 new classes tied to these 3 domains, right? But they're all tied around this idea of sort of, body, mind, and soul, or body, mind, and spirit. And it's kind of like this own unique thing. And maybe the 3 of them operate mechanically in a very unique way that is different, again, from the other way that other areas operate. Yeah, it's good to see you, man. But that's just, again, that's just one idea. And then there's the little stuff that we talked about too, right? Like about going to level 12, and I think tier 1 should be longer than 1 level. I don't buy into the ADHD. Where it's like, well, people need to get to level 3 and pick their subclass right away because they just get bored and they need that progression and they need that dopamine hit, because if they don't get that dopamine hit, then they're not going to be able to blah, 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 blah. No, I think that's stupid. I think tier 1 is an acceptable way to play. We've talked about this at length, that tier 1 if you play tier 1 levels 1, 2, and 3, number 1, you get a shitload more mileage out of all your tier 1 monsters, which is a great. And then number 2, right now, tier 1 monsters are only useful for tier 1. You play for a level or 2, and then you're never at proficiency 1 again, and you can never use those tier 1 monsters again. So your proficiency 1, whatever. So your tier 1, you're there for a couple levels. But there's also other advantages. We know, in my system, that you wouldn't be able to multi-class or take one of these specialty prestige multi-classes until level 4. Okay. Well, that's great. If you just play a tier 1 campaign, you never have to worry about that. Number 2, if you play a tier 1 campaign, you're going to start with 2 abilities at level 1. At level 2, you'll get a 3rd. At level 3, at level 3, you'll get a 4th. If you use one of your advancements to pick up an extra card, you will have 5 abilities, which means that if you play a tier 1 during the course of tier 1, whether you just play just a tier 1 campaign or, while people are getting used to the game, you'll never have to vault, because you'll never have to deal with the strategic management of your cards, right? That's something that only comes in at tier 2, which would be level 4, which for some people might not want to play. So you could play tier 1, and you could play with a group, and you play level 1 for, a couple sessions, you play level 2 for a couple sessions, you play level 3 for a couple sessions, and now you've played through tier 1, and the group never had to learn about managing 15 cards, but you can only have 5 active. You know what I mean? You never had to worry about swapping in and vaulting in and all that other stuff. And paying stress costs to swap out abilities and none of that, because you never exceeded your max. Someone's like, oh, if you're a knowledge wizard, you can exceed your max. Okay, and that's fine. That's one specific instance for one specific class, for one specific subclass that is very much about having a very complex tableau. Okay, I'm okay with that. Anyways. Another thing, I think, as you get higher in tier, I think you should be able to have more active abilities and spells in your tableau. That's also me. I think you can grow into that, complexity. I might even argue that having 2 cards at level 1 is not quite enough. I'm not saying it should be 5. I just think 3. I think 3 is the right number, personally. But there's just a little bit of thing. Now this is where people go, but Derek, why don't you do this? And I go, and I say this. I say this with love in my heart because I don't have Daggerheart experience. I've read the game many times. I've talked about it a lot. I've thought about it even more. But, and I feel in my heart of heart that I am right, but I also know that experience counts, and I'm not going to discount that. So. Calling Dread a domain is just confusing. It's not the best name, I will admit, but it's okay. But yeah, that's the idea of Daggerheart. So, okay. No, Copper Blend, I don't even necessarily know that I would want people to have to, when you make people, don't make people choose between like what's effective and what's fun, like you get cards, you want to use cards. And I think as you get higher level, you should just have the opportunity to use more cards. I think making people have to choose that is sort of a Faustian choice. And I don't like that. So, okay. Now, I say a lot of bullshit on this channel, so I say this knowingly, which is to say, I understand that these things can go south really quick, but there were randomly some conversations today, and I'm serious when I say this. I might do a Kickstarter like in the next month. Maybe. The reason for it is because it is a perfect storm of I don't have to worry about it making me a lot of money, so I don't have to worry about it. It's not something I'm super passionate about, so that means I can actually work on it and not care. It's something that I feel totally comfortable with, having people outsourcing it and actually having people help me. And fourth, at the end of the day, it's actually very selfish in what it's designed. Okay. Which is Fabula Ultima. Now, some of you know, I've been playing this Fabula Ultima campaign for the last 7 or 8 months. And we've been really enjoying it and having a lot of fun with it. And I have a lot of love for the game, but it does have a problem. And the problem is that the game is supposed to be, play to find out, low prep, no prep, which is great. Except monsters are kind of complicated. And the game has tried to make monster complications, or has tried to make monsters more simple to make. And in the newest release of the Bestiary, they have this quick assembly method, which they've been beta testing for a while. And it's really good. But it is still not something that I want to be doing on the fly. And more importantly, it is definitely not something that I want to be doing on the fly in Foundry. Now, for those of you who don't know, Project FU is the unofficial Foundry module for Fabula Ultima. It's the way we've been playing our Fabula Ultima campaign, and it's great, as so many Foundry modules that are free are. However, it does not contain any monsters. There is a person named Azur, Azur Lol, a member of our Patreon, now wasn't originally, who is the creator of a compendium called Azur's Compendium, which quite literally we would not be playing our Fabula Ultima campaign if it wasn't for them. They created a list, or created a bunch of monsters that are just generic monsters. And it's not a huge number. There's a good number. It's not a huge number, but it's a good number. And it has allowed me to play the game. the way that I want to play it, which is to say my players zig instead of zag. My players go, oh, we're gonna go to this random asteroid city to talk to this, because Bob had a complication and now there's a fabulous ultimate techno fantasy version of the Godfather, and he's demanding that they go into the belly of this floating asteroid and deal with this problem. And I'm like, I need monsters. And again, the game's like, oh, just use quick assembly. I'm not going to use quick assembly, especially in Foundry. Enter the bestiary. Okay, the bestiary, which officially, it's been out for a while, the beta, but now it's officially out. And it's amazing. It's beautiful, people. It is beautiful. Let me show you. Like every chapter has these 2-page spreads of art that are just stunning, gorgeous. So, what's the problem? Here's the problem. The problem is that the bestiary is too good. The monsters in the bestiary are, by and large, complex monsters, solos, multi-part champion creatures with, this is a chimera with the leonine body, the goat head, the serpent's tail. They are, here's another solo unique villain. Here's level 30 champion 3 support unique villain. And again, it's the Harpy. And again, the art is gorgeous. The monsters in this book are, for the most part, very complex. There's a lot of monsters in this book that are champions, which means that they're like they're designed to be like multiple monsters in one monster. They're complex. They're designed to be solo monsters. They're designed to be villains. What I want is a basic ass bestiary that contains groups of monsters that fulfill all the level ranges, all of the species, and new to quick assembly, but not new to anybody who played 4th edition, all of the roles. So in Fabula Ultima's quick assembly rules, you have brutes, you have hunters, you have mages, you have saboteurs, you have sentinels, and you have support. And what I want, or what I would like to make, is, okay, give me a bunch of level 5 constructs that are construct mages, construct brutes, construct hunters, construct saboteurs, construct supports. Give me a bunch of level 5 elementals that are brutes, that are hunters, that are saboteurs. Not complex, not super complicated, 17 abilities. I want something simple, not only because it's designed to just be a simple single monster, that not like a solo that you fight, it's a unique villain. Nope, just, I need elementals and I'm going to throw them into the encounter. But also because I'm expecting that the GM has never looked at that stat block before. Because when I'm playing and my players go left and right and they end up, making a ritual and joining into the elemental stream matrix, and I need some elemental monsters, I didn't even know we were going to go that way. I need to be able to pull those monsters out and run them on the spot. And again, these monsters are awesome and they're wonderful and they're beautiful, but they are very complicated. Here is the Babyloniaca, and it has this towering apparatus and this energy core, and it's got 3 sets of special rules, and it's got spells and other actions, and the monsters are in the bestiary are very complicated, and that's cool. It's very high tier. It's very it's very cool. It's very good, and it's very well designed. But I'm not, if I'm throwing an encounter together, and I'm just going to pull 3 random monsters out and put them into my game, that's a lot, especially if you do this X3 or X4. So I want a bestiary I want a different bestiary for Fabula Ultima. And the reason that this is a possibility is because this is something that I don't, it's not like this isn't my life's goal. This isn't my like life's vision. I just think it's a cool idea. I think it's an opportunity. I would love to make it. And more importantly, I would love to work with, you know, anybody and everybody who wants to just make monsters, and I'll throw you, you know, a couple of bucks and we'll do it. Oh, I'll do a Kickstarter, and then I'll be like, yeah, hey, I'm paying you this much per monster. If you want to make some monsters, I'll throw you monsters. I'll throw you money. And then this is the kicker. Shout out to Knights of Last Call. For art, and I already talked about Stephen Glicker. For art, what we're going to do, or well, there's a structural element too, which is we're going to design families. Okay, so this is the way that 4th edition D&D did it. In 4th edition D&D, there would be a section in the books called orcs. And orcs would occupy a certain level range. Say, not like level 1 or 2. That's like kobolds and goblins. Like the orcs might be like between levels 5 and 10. Remember, D&D 4th edition went to 30th level. So all the orcs might be levels 5 and 10. And inside that orcs section, there might be 8 or 9 different orc stat blocks. You know, the orc bone smasher, you know, the orc storm splitter, the orc. We did this with the Daggerheart when we did the monster design of the orcs, right? And each orc would have a different role, which is again from 4th edition. You'd have a soldier, you'd have a controller, you'd have a brute, you'd have a skirmisher, you'd have a lurker. Well, Fable Ultima, through their quick assembly rules, has this concept of these roles. So what we would do is we would create these different families, and then we would make, I don't know, 7 to 8 to 9, 10 monsters in that family. And then what I would do is I would pay to get one pixel art monster made for that family. And then we would just use the Final Fantasy, old school NES rules, where we would pixel shift or a palette shift the pixel art to make it different art.
$10, I would buy the hell out of a low-level Colk Fabu bestiary. Show me that sweet Kickstarter link, lol.
Tabletop Josh, thank you so much. So Tabletop Josh said, I would buy the hell out of a low-level Fabu, Colk Fabu bestiary. Show me that sweet Kickstarter link. Yeah, and also, taking a step back, I would call this, I have 3 goals. Goal number 1 is to create a bunch of, as Vin says, chaff monsters. Not solos, not champion 5s, just a bunch of soldiers, which this game, a soldier is just a standard monster. And maybe a couple elites. And an elite, just like in 4th edition D&D, an elite is worth 2 monsters. Normally, in a Fable Ultima fight, you need 1 soldier monster per... No, it is not. So, Marcus, you can stop that right there. It will not even be remotely close. Getting rid of that idea is how this project becomes... And again, this is the beauty of me kind of not caring, but caring a lot. When I play my Fable Ultima on my VTT, I just use pixel art from old JRPG games. My players love it. I love it. It's clearly an homage to the game. So instead of doing this, which would be incredibly, unbelievably expensive. I mean, you're talking about hundreds, if not thousands of dollars per piece per monster. What we'll do, and again, pardon the AI crap, but we're just spitballing. Like I had. And of course, because I asked Steven, I said, Steven, if I wanted to get pixel art made, how much would it cost? And he said, how much? I said, well, he asked me some questions like, how big? And I said, oh, no, not like a super intense background, nothing like that. Just, 256 pixels by 256 pixels and blah, 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 blah. He said, I don't know, maybe, $100, $150. I said, okay, cool. I can work with that. That's totally reasonable. And then, as an example, I'm trying to figure out where the fuck I am here. Oh, here we go. HubSpot. There we go. Okay, Windows. So as an example, this was AI, obviously. But this was AI basically saying, okay, take the same art, the same pixel art, okay, and just palette shift it and maybe add, you know, some flames, and then like the flames are either orange flames or they're white flames or they're purple flames, and that represents the shadow wolf, the spirit wolf, the flame wolf, right? And it's fundamentally the same art. Obviously, the you know, in our case, it would literally be the same art. We would just maybe like pixel, you know, we would palette shift it. We might add a little bit of, you know, purple flames or orange flames, but the wolf family would be represented by essentially one piece of art that we would then just tweak for the individuals, and we would just palette shift it. And this is something that even I'm very capable of doing this in something like Photoshop. It's actually much easier than you think. It just uses lookup tables. It's really, really easy. I do it all the time. And so, yeah, it's a very retro JRPG vibe. It would be the thing. You know, we could either go full old school retro RPG, aka literally 16-bit, you know, like you know, 64 by 60 or 32 by 32 or 64 by 64, you know, but we could also go like 256 by 256 if we wanted to make it a little bit more like pixel art modern. And yeah. Now, the other thing is we would be designing this 100% for full engagement with Foundry. Everything would be available on Foundry. Like, you would be basically backing it for Foundry. I want a compendium. I want you to be able to use that as easily as possible to just not only just drag monsters, but drag pre-made encounters. So it's like that way you can literally play Fabula Ultima the way that it is supposed to be played, which is no prep. Player spends an Fabula point. You go in a completely different direction. You're just making shit up. And again, you know, there's this theoretical world that, you know, Emmanuel writes about in the core rulebook where it's like, oh, the players went left, and you're like, oh, I need to make an entire counter. He's like, well, tell the players you need a couple of minutes and take a break, and you're going to sit down and quickly make up a bunch of monsters. I'm sorry. I don't see that happening. I just don't see that happening. I don't see that happening for me. I definitely don't see it happening for inside Foundry. Like, maybe I could do that with my GM screen at a table in real life, and I'm just jotting some stuff down on a piece of paper. But when you're working inside Foundry, ideally, you want some of that stuff to already be encoded. And, you know, I've been making a lot of my own monsters using these quick assembly rules for the last, 6 months. It's worked really well. I've been really happy with the results. My players have been really happy with the results. And I was like, man, I wish I just had a couple hundred of these. Andrew says, I've been under the impression in Fabula Ultima you don't want generic fights. It should just be mini boss and boss fights. Generic fights should just be settled with a group test. Andrew, that may be how you play it. That might be how most people play it, but I mean, that's not how we play it. So, I mean, even in the end, I still think you need fights. I mean, because honestly, Andrew, you know, it's I mean, the standard fight is just one soldier monster per player. Like, not every fight can be hard. Not every fight can be versus a villain. So, I don't know. Also, this might sound surprising, but I found that a lot of people actually like combat in RPGs. Turns out, you know, especially when like 80% of the build options in the game are combat related. So, and Copper Blint. I mean, that's an great example. I mean, as I've shown out, as I've shown several times, on the wait, you gotta be more specific, Vin. Like, you would not play it what way? So this is this is our campaign right now. And excuse me. So as you can see, when we get into a fight, you know, we have everybody lined up on the side here, and I drag the monsters over. In this case of this last fight that they just fought, these are monsters that were created by Azure, and then I use the tokens that he put into the game, and then I rebuilt these monsters using the NPC quick start rules. But this encounter came from this. This is the overworld map that the party has been exploring, and including, you know, the music, and so as the party travels, we make the travel rolls. And when they get a danger, there's a good chance it's a random encounter and we have a fight. And you know what? My players fucking love it. You know, so like, you know, and so they basically just, you know, travel along, and, you know, they recently just discovered a random dungeon right there. They're going to this dragon's lair, which they discovered through an interaction. They met with a village of Viras, of people who lived in the jungle, and they told them about the dragon. So they're here to fight the dragon, and then they're going to go fight the dragon. So they're making their way to this dungeon. And like any good JRPG, they are trying to stop Golbez from destroying the world. But of course, time doesn't matter. In fact, you know, Sephiroth summoned the meteor, and they're like, cool, we're going to go explore the jungle. In fact, the only way that this thing ticks up is when they get TPK'd, or when they get killed, you know, aka when they surrender. So as long as they don't have to keep, as long as they don't lose lives, they can keep exploring the jungle as long as they want. And Golbez will never acquire the Earth Crystal, because I didn't want to give them this really cool hex crawl and then say, but the bad guy's trying to get the Earth Crystal, and it's gonna, you got to rush and you can't actually do anything. It's like, what the fuck is the point of that? Also, that's not how Final Fantasy games work. That's not how JRPGs work. JRPGs, you learn that Sephiroth is about to destroy the world, and then you go breed chocobos. Exactly. Exactly. Well, the Fabula Ultimate uses hexes. I mean, the game is built around the travel day, so I don't know what else you would use. I mean, maybe it uses a grid, but I mean, it's the same. It's the same difference, Vin. Each hex is one day. It's one roll on the travel roll. And in fact, actually, if we go back to it, Smith has our Dark Knight. Where is he? Our Dark Knight, Smith, has just recently been taking levels in Wayfarer, and he now has Treasure Hunter. So they find more discoveries when they travel on the overworld map, and he just picked up Resourceful. So every time they make a travel roll, he gets back an inventory point. So, you know, he's actually now been leveling up his character to you know, be more to be better at overworld exploration. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, I don't see the point of that either. I mean, yeah, yes. I'm in complete agreement with Vin. I know it's rare. But anyways, so what I think I would really like to do, man, I love your take on Fabula Ultima. I wish I didn't listen to the people in their Discord. Oh, yeah. Look, Andrew, I don't need to tell you this, but I don't always do everything the way everybody else does it. I mean, I can only tell you what I know and what I like. And, yeah, I mean, my players enjoy having, because again, the other thing too, Andrew, is the game actually has a surprisingly good, resource game, you know, because like when they're on that overworld map, you know, you don't get to just sleep. You don't just get full HP, full MP every night. You could travel for days. You could travel for weeks. If you don't spend a magic tent and spend 4 IP, you're not getting a full rest. And so IP is a really important resource and commodity. Not to mention that because the players can't die unless they choose to, you can, throw really kind of oh, I didn't add that, by the way. When you make a monster book in a game like Pathfinder 2, that shit's got to be airtight. But you're talking about Fabula Ultima, a game that, number one, is emulating JRPGs, and number two, is in a game where the players can just surrender. So while I'm not suggesting that people should just make up the stats and do whatever they want, there are guidelines and we should follow them. The playtesting is pretty minimal. As long as the monster seems like it would be fun and cool, fuck it, ship it, print it. Because if it's broken, okay, the players are just going to surrender. It doesn't matter, And the GM can be like, okay, hey, that needs some pork. Number two, I'm really not planning on printing this. I think it's only going to be digital. So it's going to be a PDF and on Fabula Ultima or Foundry. I don't know. Maybe we'd have a stretch goal that I have no expectation of getting to. In fact, I actually said doing the math, the rough steps of the math, I was like, the Fabula Ultima Bestiary got 7,000 and change backers. I said maybe we could get 500 or 600, 700 at most. I go, if we charge $30, we can make 20K, and that would be enough to pay everybody a couple bucks, get some art made, and put some time into putting it on the Foundry, and that's it. No printing, none of that. I just want to have the axe. I want to have the resource. And again, it's a selfish reason. I want this. So yeah, I don't know. We might do it just because I'm like, I don't have 20K to throw to do this. I would love to do it. 20K is not a ton of money, but it's a lot of money. Now, I'm not gonna lie. Derek, when he was working and stuff, I might have funded that. But now it might be something that we just do for Kickstarter, just to get the money, get the art. Say, hey, everybody, you want to make a monster? We're paying, I don't know, $20 a monster, 20. Because I want to make hundreds of monsters. I want to have low-level skeleton, Oh, there's a skeleton archer. There's a skeleton a skeleton iron guard. There's a skeletal necromage, or something like that, right? I want to have a bunch of different families at different levels with different roles to fill in all those spots. But we were just talking about that this afternoon, actually, and right before we went live. So I haven't actually talked to anyone else about this. But obviously, if we do it, it's going to be a community effort. Maybe you make a couple $100 and you get your name in a book, and that's it. I mean, again, I'm not even really trying to. This is not a Derek makes a lot of money situation. I estimate that if we get 600 people at, if we get 600 people at $30 a piece, that's $18,000. I estimate the cost of the project to be somewhere between $16,000 and $20,000. So at worst, I lose $2,000. At best, I make $2,000, and that's not like a huge deal for me, obviously. So, I mean, I'd rather make 2,000 than lose 2,000, but it's more about just getting it out there. And I guess you could argue getting something done, but again, it's because I don't actually care. This is the type of project that I would do because it's like stupid and silly and easy, and I don't really care about it. So anyways, yeah. So that is something I want to do. And unlike Daggerheart, I've had a lot of experience with Fabula Ultima. I've been playing it for the last, not quite year, but coming up on a year, and I've made a lot of monsters, and I've used a lot of monsters, and I know where my pain points are with the game, and I think Fabula Ultima Project FU is really, really well done, and I don't think there's enough support for it, and I'd like to see more for it. So anyways, and that's going to be it for me for today. So we're going to be back maybe this weekend with maybe a bonus stream. I know I wanted to do a Shadow Deep stream, and I also want to do and the Shadow Deep stream is actually a stream about how do we want to lay out the book, right? Like, what's the way to do that? Because the way I want to write the rooms is going to be informed by the way that I lay them out. And then Sunday we're playing the One Ring, so it should be a weekend of that as well. I think having the vault is an important part of the balance of the game, Wes, and I actually like it, and I think it avoids a common problem where in most RPGs you just keep getting more and 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 more, and I don't think that is the best way for RPG for people to grow. You know, for example, look at the One Ring, where even if you get a bunch of magic items, you can only awaken them with your Valor upgrades. So there's a functional, practical limit. No matter how many magic items you have, or no matter how much stuff you have, you can only use so much of it. So, is all of that built into the Foundry model for FU? Lord Kyler, what are you talking about? Oh, that stuff. This stuff. This is all the Foundry module. This is all just the base Foundry module. Free, by the way. Made by volunteers. Unofficial, not supported. Like this the bonds. This one's great. This shows when you click on a character, it shows who they have bonds with and how strong those bonds are and what direction they go. So like you can see you know, like if we pick Drake, that's Tim's character. Right? Tim's character has these bonds with Alis and these bonds with Kairoth, and Kairoth has these bonds with Drake and these bonds and Alis, and then but he only has 5 bonds total between the two of them with Paulo. He also has a bond with the Empire. He has a bond with the Demon's Soul, and he has a bond with High Inquisitor Golbez, aka the main villain of the campaign. If we look at Smith, you know, Smith has very different you know, bonds. He has bonds with Beasts, the Jungle, Vera, the bad ones, and the Ancient Flame Dragon. It's because he's a Dark Knight, and part of his mechanics involve hating, hating people. But anyways, but it's really cool. This is another one. This is part of the game. Every monster they've ever fought. This is, by the way, a player. This is the player module, by the way. Every monster they've ever fought is in their bestiary, in their adversary codex, and then when they make actions to scan them, it updates the stats on the monster so they can see what the monster's hit points are, what its might, dex, insight, and willpower are, what its defense, what its magic defense is, what its affinities are. Is it resistant? Is it vulnerable? Is it immune? What is its basic attacks, etc., etc. Now, there's some monsters that they fought that they didn't get 100% on. Like they fought a Lamia, but they only got 57%. So they only know her base stats. They don't know like her attacks because they didn't get a high enough roll when they encountered her. So, and there's a filter on here like, oh, what plant monsters have they fought? You know, oh, I guess none. Maybe this doesn't work. Oh, maybe you got to be. Well, maybe that's bugged. But anyways, but you can. Here's like all the elites that they fought. They fought a Grave Knight and a Skeletal Dragon. And here's a Skeletal Dragon that they fought. And you can see most of these monsters are the ones from Azur. Again, he made this compendium, and I literally would not have played this game if it wasn't for him. So it's pretty cool. And then, you know, obviously we have our own things as well. Like, you know, I add like this thing up here in the clock. These tracks that's a module from Foundry and stuff like that. And when we do clocks and stuff, I use this this challenge tracker, right? These are all like these are all the like this was the solar condemnation clock that was used for the one boss when they fought Arelaz, the champion of Arelaz, the primal spirit of light. So there's all these different clocks and stuff like that, and we keep them going. It's fun. It's cool. I mean, we've been having a lot of fun with it. Sure. I mean, I'm not using like 80% of them. So I say the one thing, and I actually I'm supposed to do this tomorrow because we're playing tomorrow, is I got to fix with Tim, and I've shown this before, but like if we go, let me go back to the, like if we go to the battle, here we go. If we go to the Dry Mesa, so you know they're on the overworld, and then this is a, you know, that's a you know, a whatever, a Why can't I close these? What's going on? Oh, there we go. That's like, oh, you got to click above it. Anyways, what I was trying to say was we've added, you know, some fun like battle transitions and stuff like that. And then of course the one that I've been working on recently is like with Tim. Tim is an arcanist. Battle transition. Thank you. Tim's an arcanist, and so we've been doing his. I was just flustered by how to close those things. Oh, that is macros. So like, you know, that's what Tim does when he summons his Cerberus form, is, you know, he becomes, you know, so he's got this cool, you know, visual of him turning into Cerberus and, you know, all that other stuff. So, you know, we have some fun with it, you know, and, you know, we try to make it fun, and we try to take your graphics, you know. So anyways. Do you think prepping Fabula Ultima like you would any trad RPG is a really bad idea? Apparently the designer strongly believes so, but I don't see anything in the design that would really hurt by it. Sinmad, absolutely not. In fact, going back, as you can see, now here's the deal. Everything is totally up to, my players will spend Fabula points, and we will go left and we will go right, and it's totally fine, and it's completely, you know, whatever. But most of our campaign has either been overworld maps like this.
Fermi Direct tipped $5. Daggerheart for dogs. Late to the stream, but happy to support two good causes.
Fermi, thank you so much. Dagger hype and the dog. Yes, the dogs appreciate it, as does the Dagger hype. And again, the thing about it, I know we're talking about Fabula Ultima, but I still think Daggerheart is really good. And just because I don't necessarily thematically agree with some of the directions with what they're doing doesn't mean that I think it's a bad game. I still think the design is really, really good. There might be some company decisions. There might be some like tonal decisions. They might want to make adventures to, I don't know, appease all the 5e people, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad game. In fact, I think it's a great game. So I want to be very clear about that. But most of our game has been the players exploring overworld maps, or like very no, not that one. Here we go. Very point crawl based dungeons, right? Very, very point crawl based dungeons. Like that was that was an Imperial prison facility. This was, but then what we do now is we mostly do Slay the Spire dungeons. This is what we mostly do now. The players go and they and, you know, they there's encounters, there's elites, treasures, skill challenges, rest spots where they can use IP to do a magic tent, merchants, yes, merchants in the dungeon, and then they all end with, you guessed it, a freaking boss. And so we have basically gone full, you know, I even have this little chibi pixel art version of Smith, who's the tank, you know, the lead character. And so, yeah, the party goes and, you know, they start at the beginning of the dungeon, and then they, you know, they look at the plans and they start making decisions about which routes they want to go. And, you know, maybe something changes and they have to go left instead of going right. And it's still a role-playing game. It's not a board game. So, you know, if they make some bullshit excuse and they spend a Fabula point and something happens, I go, yeah, fuck yeah, that's fine. That's good. You know, I don't care. And they think it's awesome because we're not, you know, I'm here for, you know, and again, Emmanuel Galetto will tell you, he believes in engagement. That's the author of Fabula Ultima. He believes in engagement, not necessarily deep immersion. I'm looking for the one dungeon. Oh yeah, this one was huge. This was a multi-session dungeon that they went on. So, you know, you could see that they were in this dungeon for a long time. Now the dungeons are nice because they get better treasure. They get better treasure and they get bonus experience points. But obviously the downside of the dungeon is they can't just rest whenever they want to. They can only rest if they make it to a rest node, and then they have to spend their IP to do it. So sometimes a lot of their plan is sort of figuring out, how are we doing on resources? You know, like if you're at this elite and you kind of, let's say you went enemy and then elite and your hit points are kind of low, you might want to go to the treasure and then do a rest. But if you're doing pretty well, maybe you do another enemy so that way you can get this bonus treasure. You know what I mean? So like there's definitely, and you're like, okay, and then we'll hit up this rest, you know, and you're like, ooh, okay, we'll go this. We got a lot of Zenith, so we'll hit up a merchant so we can buy extra gear. Then we'll go to rest. And then you're like, ooh, do we want to do like you guys feeling badass? You guys want to do a double elite because you get more in my game. You get more experience points and better treasure rolls when you do an elite. So it's inspired by Slay the Spire, which I've never played, by the way. I've never played Slay the Spire. But it's obviously popular for a reason, and they did some things right. So I, looked at the wiki and I stole what I needed to and then, made the game. And so that's how our Fabula Ultima games work. But my players are still spending Fabula Ultima points to make bullshit up. We still use rituals and objectives, and, we do stuff all the time that is outside the scope of the game. And, Tim's whole shtick is that he has to acquire the 7 primal beasts to unlock his elemental heart. That all happened because of some Fabula point bullshit that he started, so no, I've never played any Slay the Spire at all. So anyways, so I really like Fabula Ultima. My main problem with Fabula Ultima is it says it should be a low prep, no prep game. And it can be, but I think making monsters up on the fly is just not a reality. And so I would love to have a deep reservoir of simple, not like they're not going to knock your socks off. That's what the awesome, cool monsters in the bestiary are for. They're really carefully scripted and they've got 17 abilities and you can really plan to them. And those are awesome. But if you just need a bunch of orcs or a bunch of skeletons or a bunch of, whatever random monsters, and you're like, I want a couple of monsters around a level range that are thematically tied together. I can just throw them together and they're in Foundry. That's what I want. I want to be able to provide that. So, and it's a great opportunity for me to work with my community, who in many cases knows the game way better than me. And I don't feel precious about it. It doesn't feel like it's it's like, oh, this is a big thing that's going to define who I am. Nope. It's just a fun project that I've kind of been doing anyways. So it's kind of being actually very selfish. So, and I forgot to mention, we would only be doing the first half of the game. So, volume 1 would be level 5 is where you start in Fabula Ultima. So, and monsters, by the way, in Fabula Ultima are only in integers of 5. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. We would only do monsters from 5 to 30, with most of the monsters being, 10 to 20, 10 to 25. Because you don't need as many 5s, obviously, even right from the beginning of the game, because you can fight monsters up to 5 levels higher than you in a normal fight. So even at the beginning of the game, level 5, you can fight level 10 monsters, and that's totally not even hard. That's normal difficulty. And then if we say that at the halfway point of the game is 25, that means we theoretically might need some level 30 monsters. So we might put in some 30s and we might put in some 5s, but most of the monsters are going to be 10, 15, 20, 25. And we're just going to fill in that gap, volume 1, the first half of the game, bunch of monsters at all the different level ranges. Here's a bunch of 5 to 10s. Here's a bunch of 15 to 20s. Here's a bunch of 25 to 25s. And then that's it. That's all we want. So I think it'd be awesome. And I think it'd be a fun project to work on with my my group. And more importantly, because Fabula Ultima because they did such a great job designing the game and because they provided us with these quick start rules, I can send it out to people. They can send me submissions. It's a real quick process. And the balance doesn't have to be 100% dialed in, because Fabula Ultima is a bullshit game anyways, where you can spend Fabula points to make shit up. And if you die, you actually, not only do you not die, you surrender, you get Fabula points. Sometimes my players are like, man, Derek, I wish you would TPK us. We could really use the Fabula points. And I go, I'm trying, guys. I really am. So that's going to do it for me. I might be back this weekend. I'll let you know how things are going. If you're interested in this, check us out at Fabula Ultimate Chat on the Discord. That's a part of our Patreon. I'd love to talk to you, and we'll try to assemble a crew. And I might need somebody just to be like a project manager, just to sort of help me manage some of the things. I have no idea what this is going to pay, if it's going to pay. There's a lot of X factors, but I do want to put some ducks in a row, and maybe like when I get back from Gen Con, like seriously launch a Kickstarter and get some money together so we could actually move this forward. So good night, everybody. I'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Peace.